start
Back to
over?
that feed. Can you check, can you talk on the microphone?
Oh, wait a minute, hold on.
But I mean, it's
Okay.
going up. You do-
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Yep, TVs. There's how we do it. Go back to
Yep, heard that on the TV.
Okay,
Okay,
so it's done. So if we go back to the old way of doing it, I'll bring it up on the staff laptop. We'll put the phone on the podium and get this thing fired up that way. No, you'll just run it through here. You'll have to do the PowerPoint presentation as a live, like you did all the previous ones. Well, you show the staff. That's gonna be your broadcast. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna.
So that you're saying that
Oh, okay. Well, that sounds good.
Motion to recess until 7:30.
Second.
Well, do we need to do a roll call?
Yeah,
coming
roll call.
from Recess?
Here. Here.
Here.
Yep.
Here.
Here. Is there a motion to recess for another 15 minutes?
Yes, so moved.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Horvath, seconded by Narenheim. Roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, see you guys at 7:30.
Is there a button there?
That's for the phone call? The phone that you guys have on?
take it off mute, Doug? Okay, test it now.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you have audio and video?
Yes, you have them both on the TV. You'll probably hear the echo.
Okay, it's working now. Okay. Can you find out about streaming? That's what she's checking right now. She's checking Granicus.
Yeah, I just got word from somebody watching Channel 8. They have both video and volume.
Okay.
Okay, have it on YouTube also. Okay, we're up on YouTube also. Up on YouTube also.
The streaming is good. Could you hear?
Video and volume in
Great, so
torrents.
streaming is up also. Okay, so that's Mike Klein.
Oh, my phone. You good? Yeah, YouTube's working too. Okay. We should be good. I think we're okay.
Okay, so 7:30 is when they're coming back. So we've got 5 minutes. Okay, it's working. We're back. Oh, yeah. The city council meeting will reconvene at 7:30 PM. You should have audio and visual at this time. Thanks.
Hey, Eleanor,
Yes?
there is a bit of a lag.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Eleanor, Mike Klein, there's a bit of a lag on the streaming.
Oh, there's a lag time.
We'll always have a lag.
Yeah,
It will have a lag.
yeah, it will have a lag.
Yeah, probably 15 to 20 second delay.
City council meeting will reconvene at 7:30 PM.
Try to watch both.
Yeah, they have to turn off any stream they have going.
Okay.
Only one source, they should be watching.
You have to watch one source, otherwise you're going to have lag time.
Just where they have the Zoom session, right? That's it.
Yeah.
But you'll get an echo. That'll-
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I think we're up. We gotta go.
Is he set on? Okay, so it's not you. Just want to make sure.
You have to turn the stream off and
Yes,
listen
turn
to
it,
Zoom.
yeah, no stream.
Who's this?
My client, he's turned the stream off.
There's always a delay on stream.
Yeah.
Because you're going out, even on TV, there's a delay. So you can't watch the meeting and participate. Can't watch streaming and participate.
No, he's going to tell him because
He's
everybody
texting
else
me.
knows. We have it on YouTube?
Hey, it is 7:30. Those of you in the public that are watching had some technical difficulties for like the last hour, but hopefully we've got those worked out and we can continue with the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, Eleanor, can you hear me okay?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I'll call for a roll call vote returning from recess.
Okay, Councilmember Nierenheim?
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Here.
Councilmember Horvath?
Here.
Councilmember Gran?
Here.
Councilmember MD?
Here.
Mayor Brand?
Here. Okay, so I don't know what to say other than ask, are we being broadcasted both audio and video to the public at this point in time?
Yes, and also YouTube.
Also, YouTube, you said?
Yes.
Okay. How does somebody view us on YouTube?
They can search for Redondo Beach Council.
Search for Redondo Beach Council.
I'll go to the webcam link on the homepage,
Go to the webcam link in the homepage.
and then that'll take you to our
That'll take you to our YouTube.
YouTube page.
Okay.
This was a test, we weren't
Nice echo.
tonight.
Right. And the
Well, I
YouTube is
imagine anybody listening to this is already listening to this and doesn't need to go to YouTube, but
yeah.
that's good to know for future reference. So.
Right. This was a test tonight, so it's
You got your
working.
hand up. Did you want to speak, or was that from before?
No, it was both. I suggest you start the meeting over. So at least I think you have to start it before you took any action. Fortunately, there was no real discussion on consent calendar, but you took a vote. And so you have to have the public hear that and have the opportunity to comment. And I just started over because the public didn't hear your more of a tribute. Now that we're not going to be able to have a live celebration, they didn't hear any of the council announcements about their upcoming meetings. And so legally, you have to start from consent calendar, but you may want to start from the beginning because the public hasn't apparently heard anything up till now.
Okay. Well, I think what I will do is go back to my Memorial Day tribute, because that's important. And for those of you that are just getting sound, we have been having the meeting through consent calendar. No items were pulled, but, we'll go through the vote again. And then we had begun discussion on the first item, which we will start over, unfortunately, because we had spent some time on it already. But I will start with my proclamation for the Memorial Day celebration that we can't have in person, and then we'll move on to council members' announcements for the city attorney's recommendations. So with that, we're all here, and I will start with this proclamation. Usually we're announcing a Memorial Day event coming up this coming Monday, and of course, because of COVID, we can't have a large gathering. So the city is going to go ahead and honor them here at our council meeting. So I'll go ahead and read some of these notes. This is on behalf of Redondo Beach Veterans Memorial Task Force, headed by Herb Massey. For many years, it has been a tradition in our city to remember all those who served with a tribute every Memorial Day organized by our Veterans Memorial Task Force. This year with COVID-19, we're unable to gather together. However, I do not want to forget the importance of this day for all of us. So by the way of a proclamation and certificate, we continue to remember this day. Whereas Memorial Day was first widely observed on May 30th, 1868 to commemorate the sacrifices of Civil War soldiers by proclamation of General John Logan of the Grand Army of the Republic, an organization of former Union soldiers and sailors. Whereas as Americans, we have gathered on Memorial Day to honor and remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our nation. As in those early days of laying wreaths and placing flags, our National Day of Remembrance is often felt most deeply among the families and communities who have personally lost friends and loved ones. And whereas the city of Redondo Beach, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, shall pay appropriate homage to the veterans of all its wars who have contributed so much to the preservation of this nation, and to reverently honor those who have fallen in service to our nation. Now, therefore, I, Bill Brand, Mayor of Redondo Beach, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim Monday, May 25th, 2020, as Memorial Day in Redondo Beach, that the citizens of Redondo Beach observe Memorial Day as a day of prayer for permanent peace and designate 3 p.m. local time on that day, Memorial Day, as a time for all Americans to observe in their own way the national moment of remembrance. That all city flags in Redondo Beach to be lowered to half-staff from sunrise until noon on Monday, May 25th, 2020, in memory of the fallen heroes of our armed forces. Here's the proclamation. It's a little bit hard to see on Zoom, but let me see if I can show it in some form or fashion. There you go. How's that? It's not quite coming out, but we do have a nice proclamation. There we go. We do have a nice proclamation for the Veterans Memorial Task Force, which has been so instrumental in building that beautiful memorial. So with that, we'll be sure to lower the flags to half-mast on Memorial Day from sunrise till noon and observe a moment of remembrance at 3 p.m. on the same day. So with that, we'll move on to announcements from the council members. Councilmember Naranine.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, so I'd like to announce and thank Public Works for the great job on the slurry seal on both Catalina, PV Boulevard, all the way through the Revere Village, including putting the new striping down in those areas as well. It looked great, the new thick striping. Some people are actually stopping on the stop sign just outside of Rockefeller now, actually. It's kind of nice. And PV Boulevard, the CDBG funds hard at work for the corners, handicap accessible ADAs, and driveways are being redone as well. They're very thankful, so that's great. People's infrastructure is being done right now, so that's awesome. I want to thank you for that. Other than that, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I'd also like to thank Public Works for the work they did on slurry sealing in the area east of PCH, north of the high school. They did a great job, as well as working on the curb cutouts. And also I have an announcement for District 2 community meeting a week from this Thursday, 6 p.m. to 7:30 on Zoom. Anybody that wants to attend, please email me at my city web address, and I will send you a link to the Zoom meeting. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councilor.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. My community meeting is going to be this Thursday night, the 21st, from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Virtually using Zoom. If you are interested, as Councilmember Lowenstein just mentioned, and you did not get an email already, please just contact me directly, and I will be able to give you the information to sign in. We'll be discussing COVID-19 and how it affects our budget.
Okay, Councilmember Graham.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I'm also going to thank Public Works. They have been doing a terrific job with all of the signage due to COVID and some of the blockage, making sure that things are moved appropriately. They've just been doing a fantastic job. I know they're out there doing the work, and it's really appreciated. So thank you.
Councilmember Emdy.
This Saturday, there's going to be a hazardous waste removal at the Performing Arts Center in conjunction with Athens Trash Service, and there'll also be document shedding, and it's from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. So if you like to have details, I have it on my Facebook page, my Instagram page, and it's also on the redondo.org, and hope to see you there. And make sure you bring proof of residency that you're a Redondo resident to be able to use the facilities.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all the residents who really had the patience and the fortitude to put up with this lockdown. We opened up the beaches, and for the most part, the residents were paying attention to the rules and reading the signs. Not everybody, but for the most part, it went smoothly. And likewise with the other lockdowns and, not really lockdowns, but restrictions, particularly the businesses that have honored them and continue to honor them as we try to move on to a reopening phase, which we'll talk about later. So I just want to give a big thanks and a shout out to those that have been honoring these restrictions issued all the way from the White House down to the state, down to the county, and we've kind of just been following the orders of the county. So thanks to those residents who have been very conscientious. So with that, we'll move on. I guess we'll just go through what was the original meeting. We had a motion to approve the order of agenda. Could I get that again? Is there an approval for an order of agenda or a motion to approve the order of agenda?
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Nierenheim. I'll have a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
And Councilmember Imdy.
Aye.
Okay, blue folder items. There are several items to be admitted to the blue folder. Eleanor, could you read those, please?
Sure. N2, we have public comments and a comment letter. N4, public communications. O1, public communications, and N5, public communications. That's it, Mayor.
Great. Is there a
Thank you.
motion to receive and file those additional backup materials?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Councilmember Horvath, seconded by Nierenheim. Roll call. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
And Councilmember Imdy. Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. Unless anyone's changed their mind, are there any council members that have changed their mind about wanting to pull anything? Are there any
Approve the second time.
Are there any public comments related to any consent calendar item?
No, Mayor.
For some reason, my iLegislate just says error connecting to meeting. Anyway, so since there are no public comments and no one wants to pull anything, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved again. Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, seconded by Councilmember Nierenheim. Roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
Councilmember Imdy?
Aye.
Okay, now, do you need to read anything, Eleanor? I didn't ask you that last time. And
No, there's no resolutions on this one, or ordinances to read.
Wait, moving on to public participation on non-agenda items. Are there any items you need to read?
We have 2 public comments.
Great, can you go ahead and read them?
I'd need a motion from the council since, to read these. One of them is actually for O1.
Oh, that's right, yeah, so move that one to O1. That was from,
Anthony.
who again?
Anthony.
Yeah, and so his comment was related to O1, so we'll move that to O1. The other comment?
Leslie Campaghi.
Okay, go ahead.
Do I need a motion to receive, to read the
I
comment?
could probably make a motion to read this.
Motion to read.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember Horvath, seconded by Nierenheim. Roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Member Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
Okay.
Councilmember Imdy. So go ahead and read it, Eleanor.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
The communication is from Leslie Campaghi on non-agenda items. The inability The inability to effectively conduct virtual Redondo Beach City Council meetings with public continues to be a huge disappointment. For years, we've lacked a system in the upstairs library where strategic planning meetings are held, and as such, none have been recorded. Since the pandemic and need for virtual meetings, there have been numerous problems setting up a system that allows public comment in real time. Your decision to not even read e-comments in the public participation non-agenda items category for each meeting has also disenfranchised the public. In fact, you've censored us from real, quote-unquote, real-time public involvement for that agenda item. We seem to be the only city that cannot seem to figure out how to conduct a virtual city council meeting. It's a pathetic display of incompetence. For all the money our city spends in outsourcing IT functions, the fact we cannot do something so basic as set up a proper virtual city council meeting suggests gross mismanagement that should not be tolerated by the city council. What an embarrassment. Signed, Leslie Campagna, Redondo Beach.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other non-agenda items to read?
That's it.
That's it?
That's it. Yes.
Okay. Moving right along, we're up to discussion item N1. This is about approving a contract for construction of the transit center for $11.5 million. I believe Ted Simon is our public works director, but it was going to be led by Andy Wingy, our chief engineer. So go ahead, Andy, I guess.
Thank you, Mayor. Ted, did you want to introduce this? Or do you want to
Go ahead, Andy, that's perfectly good.
Thank you. So the item for you tonight is another legacy project for the city with activity beginning over a decade ago. I will spare you the long history and jump to the headline, which is that we're bringing this item forward tonight to recommend a construction contract award resolution to MS Construction Management Group in the amount of $11.5 million for the Redondo Beach Transit Center project. No part of this project has been easy. As you recall, we went out for bids in 2018, and due to bids coming in much higher than our engineer's estimate, we had to reject all bids. Since then, city staff has solicited and received another $4.5 million from Metro, and so we went out to bid again in late 2019 and opened bids at the end of February of this year. The lowest bidder withdrew his bid a few days later, citing a clerical error, and so we are recommending the project be awarded to MS Construction Management Group, who provided the lowest responsive and responsible bid. Still, the recommended bid exceeds the funding plan we had in place, and so to be able to award the bid, we are also asking for a budget modification resolution to move funding from projects that do not need it at the moment. We anticipate being able to restore funding for these projects after the Metro Board approves a funding increase for this project. Staff has requested another $2.7 million from Metro, and there's a correction to the staff report on page 3. We had a typo there. We said $2.5 million. It's actually $2.75 million. Special thanks to Councilmember Horvath to get this on the South Bay City's COG agenda, who has already approved this item. We have been in contact with the program manager at Metro, who is supportive of an amendment to the additional funding agreement and anticipates the Metro Board will approve the additional funding request to get the project completed at their meeting in either June or August. We also had a bid protest to the MS Construction Management Group bid by the next lowest bidder, but after a thorough look into the claims to the protest, that protest was denied on its merits. And so staff is recommending the adoption of these two resolutions so we can move forward with the project. And assuming we award tonight, and after we get the contract executed, we anticipate beginning in late July or August with construction. We'll begin with the construction of the transit center, the new transit center, and once it is operational, we'll move on to removing the old transit center and widening the northbound lanes of Kingsdale between Grant and Artesia. And the construction schedule is about 14 months from our start date. So with that, we'll make the recommendation to adopt these two resolutions, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Great.
Let me add to what Andy just said, and I want to say a great shout out and thank you to the Metro staff and to the COG staff, because when we rejected the bids back in 2018, because the bids came in much higher, we requested additional funding in the amount of $4.5 million from Metro and the COG. through Measure M, and those were approved first by the COG board and then by the Metro board, which actually has come to the council with that funding agreement and has been approved. It is with the second bid that the bids came in higher even still, and we've reached out to them, and again, thanks to Councilmember Horvath for championing this through the COG board for support. In working with the Metro staff, they have been very supportive of it, and like Amy said, they'll put it on their board in the upcoming months to get us the additional $2.75 million. So this borrow, if you will, that we're looking to do from existing projects, it's just going to complement the timing because of the timing for those projects to either implement and or for construction should not be phased. As soon as we receive these funds from Metro, we will backfill them through another action by the council later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good. First up is Councilmember Grant.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I just want to say thank you very much to the Public Works and the engineering staff. This is an 11-year project that we've been working towards. We were so close to having it started back in 2018, and then we looked at, okay, 2019, it's now 2020, and we are just about to get this started. I can say that the folks over on Kingsdale are very, very excited for this project to be working. It's going to help them out a lot. It's going to help out that main road. A number of folks actually drive on that road to go to Target and back over to 182nd. They're looking very much forward to the straightening of Kingsdale. We're looking at that right turn lane onto Artesia Boulevard as being implemented as well as then also the benches that are going to be part of the project and just kind of straightening out and making it a much more drivable road. So this is a great project. Last process is that they're going to do a full scrape of the road. First and foremost, when first got on City Council, we were able to at least get it sealed. It was actually the second worst road in the entire city, and that was been brought up, and it's been a very good patch, if you will, waiting for this to happen. Again, we've been waiting for 11 years for this to happen, and it's finally going to do it, and the road's going to look beautiful. So thank you very much to all the hard work, looking at how can we get this project started, use some funds that are with other projects that are not going to delay them, but then actually get this thing kicked off. And that's so really kudos to you guys for getting that done. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Grant. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I am concerned about the $2.75 million that is being taken from other projects without a guarantee of a placement. I know that we expect is one thing, but to actually have it guaranteed in a time when the state is a $54 billion deficit, there is no guarantee that that money is going to reappear after July 1st when all the different organizations have their budgets come out. And Metro's ridership, I'm sure, has been down tremendously, and I'm sure that when the state up in Sacramento is thinking about restoring Metro funding for next, any Metro funding or county funding or anything else, they're not thinking about the Redondo Beach paving, they're thinking about dealing with their massive budget deficit. So I'm really concerned about pushing this through, especially since we're in a time when people are desperate for work and we could go out and potentially rebid this and get a substantial savings. I remain very concerned that the paving projects that have been on the docket for a couple of years now are getting pushed back even more. And I don't know, I realize that we've been doing this for 11 years, but I don't know what an extra 3 or 4 months will do to this in terms of making sure that we get a better deal and also making sure we get a guarantee of funding. Because what happens if we don't get the funding? I know we expect it, but what happens if we don't? Then those funds disappear. $2.75 million of paving projects and other things like bench replacement, just to get this done, just to push this forward. I feel better if it were coming from somewhere else. If it was coming from another fund. But, you know, our streets, we've had streets that haven't been paved in 17 years, 18 years, and yet we're pushing this forward. Most residents will not get the benefit of the transit center. I think transit centers are important. I think transportation is very important. But most residents drive on our streets daily. They don't take the bus daily. So I'm concerned about this. maybe you guys can answer my concerns.
Yeah, Councilman, maybe I'll start and then I'll turn it over to Andy and Ted. You raised some good questions there, questions that we've contemplated as well and are concerned about. I think I'd start by saying that this project, in part, while the transit center is the first phase and it's a big component, it's really what paves the way for us to effectuate the improvements on Kingsdale that we've been looking for so many years too. So a big part of this project, while it's in phases 2 and 3, are improvements to that street, which all of us know to be in very, very poor shape. It allows for a realignment. It allows for an installation of another turn lane up at Artesia that will help with traffic flow. It allows for streetscape improvements that will improve the landscape and the bucolic feel of the street for our residents on Kingsdale. And a party that we should be mentioning, we haven't brought them up yet, is QIC. The land swap that we had to negotiate first with Forest City and then again with QIC as this project moved forward is critical to their remodel effort. They're expecting the transit center to have been relocated off their campus as part of their broader effort. So they're counting on us to implement this project to help with their parking reconstruction there for their structure and the landscape addition to what is their western edge of their project. So it's been in partnership with them, and that's a critical thing to mention here as well. As it relates to the concerns about the other streets, completely share those concerns. I think you raised a good question. If for some reason Metro fell through and we didn't receive the back-end funding, ultimately Kingsdale in itself, the resurfacing would be delayed. That would be affected. Torrance Boulevard, which is part of this, though, wouldn't be affected because our current 5-year CIP that you're going to receive and file in a proposed form tonight includes a supplemental appropriation to backfill this transfer from our next year's Prop C fund. So Torrance Boulevard will be made whole with your proposed CIP. The other projects that we are, in effect, advancing funds from, one is the Kingsdale site, Kingsdale Avenue surfacing. So that's part and parcel to this project. So it's really a component of it. The other two, we have reduced scope need because we have grown our partnership with Lawndale, and as it relates to the money coming from the bus benches project, we are effectively already completing that effort and have remaining funds that can be transferred to this project. So I think we've done a pretty good job ensuring, A, that we're only using transportation restricted dollars. So we have no general fund discretionary sources contributing to this project whatsoever. That needs to be clear. And two, the transportation dollars that are up to us for surfacing, we are finding a way to make sure those projects move forward. If that wasn't the case, candidly, I think we would be doing exactly what you're suggesting. We would be recommending that we reject these bids and go back out and ensure that we obtain the funding from Metro before we proceed. One other thing to mention, and I'll let Ted and Andy speak to this notion of would we obtain a greater economy of scale by going back out to bid given the depressed economy. We asked them to look at that very carefully, and they've talked to our project management staff and our outside consultant, and they'll give you the answers there. Lastly, if we delay this, this bid will expire, and ultimately we'll have to go back out regardless. So it doesn't leave us a lot of flexibility. If we could hit the pause button on the bid, that would be great. We could go out and get the funds, but we have a window by which we have to award contract before that lapses, and we have to start the process over. So maybe Andy or Ted, if you could speak to the question, and I think it's a good one, would we obtain a reduced cost if we were to reject bids and go back out to bid? So if you could please explain your findings there. You're both on mute.
Andy, you want to handle this? I know you went through with our consultant and ran through the scenarios a little bit.
Sure, happy to. So we did reach out to our project management, who's a consultant, and also our construction manager that we're bringing on board for the project, and asked those very questions. Did they anticipate any reductions in material costs or general construction pricing in the coming months as a result of the dip in the economy? And their answer surprised me, but it was no, and the reasons make sense. One is that these jobs are based on prevailing wage labor, those labor dollars, those rates are not going to change dramatically. If they do, it will be months out. It won't be in the near future. And then the second reason is material prices are actually stable to increasing for some of the major components, namely steel, that would be part of this job. We've had a report on that from at a recent IWG meeting where one of the other projects came in. Traffic signal poles were actually a lot more expensive, getting more expensive as time goes on. So our construction management consultant said it's a roll of the dice if you think you'll get a better price. We don't see it. Our economists don't see it. They recommended we stayed with our current bids. They also brought up an issue of just kind of bid fatigue for this project. If we go out for a third time, contractors may be tempted to look at this project and think it's not worth the effort to put a good bid together because we've already rejected the bids once, and if we do it again, we start to develop some fatigue towards the project. So for those reasons, we've elected to move forward in the way we have and not rebid the project.
And maybe, Ted, if you could touch on the funding source. I thought Councilman Lowenstein asked a good question there, too. What about the availability of the funds that were with Metro, specifically the source of the funding? Isn't that funding source already accrued to Metro, so it's not effectively in play for state budget conversations? Am I right with that?
Yes, actually, that's a very good point. The funds for Measure M were started to be accrued about two years ago. That's when the voters approved the Measure M, which is a sales tax measure. It is not something that comes through the state. And as such, as I was mentioned earlier, these are funds that are earmarked for the South Bay set of projects. They are not discretionary for other uses by Metro. They are discretionary to the South Bay for its use. And with the support of the South Bay COG of achieving or receiving these funds for this particular project, Metro becomes more administrative to approve and basically set up the funding agreement. They would not necessarily be objecting to that. Do they have the opportunity? Absolutely. They are still an independent board. But getting the support of their staff means that their recommendation to their board is to support this amongst other projects that are moving forward for Measure M and Measure R. So we feel pretty strongly that those funds should be coming in a timely fashion for us to secure the reimbursement, if you will, or backfilling of any of the projects we're borrowing ahead.
And if I can tag on to Ted's comments, as I did earlier, as he mentioned, these are sub-regional funds, so they're not going to go out anywhere else. But what I will say is when we brought this to bid the last time in 2018, and clearly we were short by about $4.5 million. We went back to Metro, we got that those monies to cover that shortfall. And then as we went out to bid this time, we were short another $2.75 million. Todd brings up a very good point, like at what point, can you say there's no more money left? And we are actually, the monies are good up until a certain year. I believe it's 2023 right now. So to Todd's concern point, future projects may have funding issues based on now, but those are projects that are going to require funding in the 2023, 4, 5, we'll have to see what happens there. This $2.75 million that we were able to get through the COG board and off to Metro is pretty much almost tapping out the remainder of the monies in the South Bay Regional Fund. If we forego them now, there is clearly the possibility that another city or jurisdiction will tap those for a project, and then we will probably lose them and then be put into a cycle where we have to wait for the funding sources to be replenished in the out years. So I think it's imperative that we move forward now because pricing will only go up as we've seen.
So when was this bid originally signed? The end of last year?
We advertised, in December, started in December.
Okay. In the middle of a booming economy, and you guys mean to tell me with close to 30% unemployment that wages are going to remain steady? That's the first I've ever heard of that. Construction is frozen right now. How is steel prices remaining steady or going up?
I mean, I don't understand that. I've been through this before. I was at the school board in 2008 where we did lots of projects and we got incredible pricing because of a bad recession. I'm not even talking about 30% unemployment. I'm talking about 12% or 11%. So
That's the accurate. I think the government is talking about 15% unemployment, not 30%.
okay, so either way, it's a lot of unemployment right now. And this is one of the largest, if not the largest, current capital projects we're trying to do as a city. And we're worried that people don't want to bid on it. I don't understand that logic. I mean, and it's, here we are again against the deadline, end of May. We got 12 days before the end of May, and it's brought to us right now. We have to make a decision. I don't like this. I don't like doing stuff like this. I don't like robbing Peter to pay for Paul. Find another source for it. Why didn't we go to Metro and everybody else before this came to us? Why do we have to wait after it comes to us? On the gamble that we're going to get the money, I don't understand that. Explain to me why it has to go this direction, this quickly, and a few months won't kill this project. I mean, it doesn't seem right. And also, again, I have concerns about other projects being shelved because of this. Hey, if we had them guaranteed lined up, I'd be up there with you guys, but I'm concerned about this. Like I said, I'm not sure that many people drive daily on Inglewood, they drive daily on Torrance Boulevard, they don't take the bus. And I want to do it. I'm one of the biggest proponents for Metro and everything else, but when we're having to dig out of our own funds that are allocated to us, that gives me a lot of pause for concern. So, anyway, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, sentiments that we share, Councilman. I think one area, and I don't know, Ted, and if you can touch on this, but the transportation sector of projects has been so robust with all that's happening with Metro and the various Metro Link connections. The highway program has had a lot of activity. You're seeing that activity even through the COVID crisis. That's a sector that hasn't, well, there are sectors that, from a construction standpoint, that have slowed down. Road work, you've seen, even in our own community, is something we've pushed through, and many other agencies, state and county alike, Metro, have continued to do work. So those bids have continued. That sector of the economy has remained fairly strong by comparison. Ted, Andy, I don't know if you can speak to what our consultants were telling us in that regard. And again, it goes to whether or not we think we would achieve a better bid by waiting, which is a question we raised early. But I will, before they get to that, the timing is such that we have, is it a 120-day window, Ted and Andy, to award, or is it 90? I forget which.
90 days.
90 days. The Metro process, unfortunately, takes way longer than that. So we get a bid, and we've got to go through our COG board, we've got to go through our Metro staff, and then they've got to get it onto one of their agendas. June is the earliest they can act. We may not make that, it may be August. So our 90-day bid window is shorter than the Metro project grant funding award process. So that's why the two, unfortunately, don't tick and tie. In an ideal world, and we went to Metro as soon as we saw the numbers higher than we had hoped. In an ideal world, we have the money in hand, and it wouldn't be a guess. And we wouldn't be anticipating it. We'd have the funding agreement. We just don't have that luxury here. But so, Ted, can you speak to what's happening in the roadway community, and again, why you feel confident about Metro awarding these funds?
All right, I'll add a couple of things to that. First, as Mike just mentioned, when we went through the initial bid back in 2018 and we saw that the prices had increased, we started conversations with Metro staff and the COG staff, similarly how we're doing it today. And it was through those efforts that we actually received the $4.5 million. And I'll be honest, we thought the $4.5 million was going to be a robust number that was going to get us not only to the construction, but give us a little bit of a cushion. Obviously, the prices continued to escalate away from that, and they did show to be a little bit higher. At this particular point, our projects are limited by prevailing wages. Andy said, those are not, non-prevailing wage contractors can manipulate the prices that they pay or the wages that they pay to their employees. They don't have that luxury on public works projects, especially not for municipalities when they're obligated to pay prevailing wages, which are much more stable and much more limited. As far as the timing,
yes, as soon as we saw the issue come up with this particular bid, even before issues started to be worked into, we started conversations and dialogue with the COG staff and with Metro staff. But the reason that it took this long to bring it to the council, and I know Andy has mentioned it maybe previously, maybe a little bit earlier now, protests. We had the lowest numerical bid that came in that we were working on. There was a protest filed against that particular bidder. As we worked through the vetting process for that particular bid, the contractor themselves realized they had a typographical error. It was an error in the value of $1 million. So that threw them over the top, and actually they withdrew their bid as a result of it. Then we started to vet through the second lowest bidder, which is the bidder that's being recommended tonight. A protest came in on that particular bidder, and we had to go through the vetting process and addressing the protest bids that had come in before we're able to bring that to you at the city council level. And then lastly, the funding, or at least the comfort of feeling secured and ready to bring this forward, was not only engaging Metro and COG staff for the additional $2.75 million, but we were able to get an item onto the COG board to get their secured approval. And because these funds are earmarked for the South Bay cities, their support essentially paves the way for Metro Board to just administratively approve this. As much as it sounds like it's administrative, yes, they are an independent board that still has the ability to not, but generally speaking, these are not funds that are discretionary for them to use anywhere else in the county. They are restricted to the South Bay cities, and the support of the South Bay COG board really solidifies it for us to be comfortable to move this thing forward. Andy, maybe you want to touch a little bit more on the scenarios of these potential bids coming in lower. I know you just touched on it. We went through it with our consultant. We're still seeing a very robust market out there for public works type of project. That hasn't slowed down under any circumstance. On the contrary, we're seeing and we're hearing from other cities that are trying to push and promote those projects from their perspective because of the COVID situation where a lot of their residents and businesses are shut down. So we see that work being robust and not necessarily slowing down under any circumstance. Andy?
Yeah, that's my experience. It's just the public works economy is not, slowed down because that side of that facet of the industry hasn't had to slow. We're all still employed. It's an essential service. We're moving forward, and the cities around us are moving forward as well. And just again, Mike mentioned it earlier, but just reiterate that there won't be any delays to the Torrance Boulevard project. For instance, we had anticipate getting an award for design to you maybe by the end of this fiscal year, or if not, certainly in July. And that design process will take about a year to get done. And then we'll be ready for construction funding at that point, by which time we expect to be backfilled with this job. So no real delay in moving that project along. And then the Inglewood project that you mentioned, we do have this partnership with Lawndale where it's going to turn out that we won't need all of the funding that we'd set aside for that. So no delay there, just opportunity to move the funding to where it's needed at the moment, so we can keep all the projects moving forward.
Is that approved already by Lawndale?
He would. I need to follow up. He asked me about a month and a half ago for our final commitment, and he was going to take it to his council, the public works director there, shortly thereafter. But I have not followed up to see if that's okay. But it's a part of a process, a string of projects they have going on paving on Inglewood. They started further north up at Rosecrans and completed that section down to Marine, and now they're on to this next section. So it would surprise me if it's not just moving along at the time.
Okay. Well, that's it. Thank you. I have a quick question for Councilmember Horvath.
Yes, sir.
I noticed there's a board of directors meeting for the COG on May 28th. Is there any way you could get this on the agenda and have them go ahead and vote for this? And then we could probably vote to approve it on condition that they approve the expenditure.
We did that at the April board meeting, actually. The COG board voted to approve the $2.75 million out of the Measure M funding sources, and so that was sent to Metro.
So we're waiting for the Metro Board to approve.
So Metro, right? After it's COG, it is technically COG money. It's sub-regional money that is dedicated specifically to South Bay regional projects. Those go through the Transportation Committee, which I chair, and then the Transportation Committee typically makes recommendations then to the full COG board, and those recommendations are sent to Metro, kind of in a pro forma scenario. Since the monies are already dedicated to the South Bay, that just goes to their board, and then they bring it forth at such time as they deem necessary. In this case, I believe it's coming. It's officially coming in their June meeting, I think. So as part of their just normal budgetary motions. But the monies have already been set aside. As I was explaining a few minutes ago to Councilmember Lowenstein, the 2.75 that we got is almost really the tail end of the funding that we do have right now in the Measure M program up through 2022. There is very little left beyond that. So to the point of, if we were to delay and go back out and, come back later, Councilmember Lowenstein makes a very valid point. There may be, as a result of this crisis, in the out years, 2023, 4, 5, whatever, as a result of sales tax taking a hit, there could be less funding for future Measure M projects. And so if we were going to try to get those monies, that money might not even be there for us. So now, and I'm only saying this as somebody who has been clearly dealing with Metro over the past 4 years. It's challenging in general to get through that black box. But we are lucky that the COG, many years ago set up these sub-regional funds and that they have a system in place to ensure that the South Bay cities can tap into that for these Measure R and or Measure M sub-regional projects. And then the other thing I should mention is that, aside from the things Mike, Andy, and Ted brought up, is that one of the, I think, the reasons why the board was willing to even go an additional 2.75 on this after the 4.5 was that it is a sub-regional project. So it affects 3 different municipal transit operators, Gardena, Torrance, Beach City Transit, as well as it affects the Metro buses and their lines that come through that area. So it's important to a variety of different individuals and entities within the South Bay, aside from us.
Yeah, that's coming out of our budget.
It is coming out of our budget, but I also should mention, that the monies that we're spending here are monies too that eventually, hopefully, save us the 3% match on an eventual green line, if and when it comes, which we would never be able to pull out of our local return monies. So, just another food for thought. Keep it in mind.
Just one thing. Christian, if it was just the COG, I'd have a lot more faith, but, Metro is proven to not be very accountable to people, and if they get across-the-board slashing of 10 or 15 or 20% of their operating expenses, then we're going to be the ones that are going to suffer in this case, and we're not going to get that funding, even if it is earmarked for South Bay.
I would agree with you if the monies weren't already there. That's why I said, to your point, you're making extremely valid points. Mm-hmm. It's going to have a direct effect on the future projects that cities in the sub-region are going to go for. So, like I said, the monies that we have now for projects that have been encumbered or are in process, those monies are practically gone, and we just tapped into the last 2.75 million out of, I think, 3 or 3.2 million that's left. So you're right. Afterwards, future projects, we're going to have a hard time. Everybody's going to be scrambling for a little bit of money that comes online as a result of where we are now. But these monies are here right now. They won't necessarily be here later. So again, that's why I keep trying to say that the COG was, I think, a little bit visionary. Not all COGs have sub-regional funds. The South Bay COG is a strong COG in terms of transportation, and luckily they worked this out back with Measure R, and then when Measure M came along, the program was so successful with Measure R, they were able to do the same thing with Measure M. So we're lucky compared to other subregions and other COGs.
I think maybe to bookend it, if what we would need, this 2.75 million probably disappears if we go back out to bid. So we would need the bid to come in at that level or probably less to ensure that we can move forward with the funds that we have secured today. So there's a risk here because the 275 to Councilman Horvath's point, Inglewood's competing for that money, Torrance is competing for that money, other cities are competing for that money. If we back up, those cities are going to say, we'll take that final 275 for something else, and there isn't likely to be another pot like this because of the state of the world. So we would need the bid to come in significantly lower to be able to afford the project with just our current resources. So there's a real gamble here. I mean, to me, the motivation is, hey, could we go out and achieve a greater efficiency? You know, the intuitive side of you says we should be able to do that, but the problem is state, county, metro-funded, local public works projects, they're moving at a different pace than the regular economy. And I just don't know if we can safely tell you we're going to see that kind of savings in the third round of bids here. I'd rather us roll the dice with Metro than roll the dice with the bid market over the next 6 months.
And Todd, I will, to follow up on Mike's comments, I will say he is correct. Inglewood has been very, very aggressive in the past year, especially with Mayor Butts being the chair of Metro right now. So he's been wearing two hats. He's been really a great advocate for the South Bay because he's our representative there and he's the chair. And so that's been super helpful. But at the same time, he's got a ton of projects going on in Inglewood, and they have been gobbling up hundreds of millions of dollars in our South Bay funds and other funds. So they have been disappearing a bit faster than they normally would.
Okay, any other comments, Councilmember Lowenstein?
That's it, thank you.
Questions? Okay, next up is Councilmember Horvath, and after that is Councilmember Naranat.
I think I'm good right now because I was commenting. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you for all the work for the staff and Christian and all that's going on behind the scenes. Councilmember Naranat.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, I've got the same concerns that Councilmember Lowenstein has. You know, we've got Riviera Village funds that have disappeared as well locally and gone somewhere else. We've got other funds now that are going from Torrance Boulevard to other places. We know there's no guarantee they're going to be back. Everyone's making expectations on certain things. We've got the Green Line that wasn't really planned properly back in 2008, 2009 when they first thought of this project. You know, if QIC is going to be a part of this conversation, then it's going to be a real reason for us to put the screws for us to get those monies, guaranteed to get those monies, and get even a better deal and maybe even better design out of this situation. And design meaning better product from the contractors. There's being a lot of pressure being put on here for Measure M, Measure R money to go forward with this project. Last minute, as Councilmember Lowenstein has said, if there's just guaranteed funding, I think we can find it somewhere else right now. I don't know if we're really going to have those guaranteed funding. All these funding sources everyone's talking about have quite literally dried up overnight. And all my conversations with everyone regarding sales tax figures and everything else along the way, those are completely drying up. So all these funds everyone talks about, I'm not sure what we're guaranteed from. So I have the same concerns as Councilmember Lowenstein. When I saw this list of $2.7 million going to from different funding sources, it really gives me angst moving forward on a project that's been riddled with delays and misguidance and expected cost overruns everywhere throughout. So I don't have much faith in this right now. That's my comment. The last thing I said earlier in my last session as well, you know, the state of California has a $54 billion deficit right now. Our governor has already alluded to holding back SB1 funds many different places. So to me, this is a bellwether what's going on right now in our community. We need to take what we have and keep them for what we have.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath, do you mean to still have your hand up?
Yeah, I know, I put it back up. Yeah, I just wanted to again try to assure Councilmember Narenheim, you know, you just mentioned cost overruns. The project hasn't started. It doesn't have any cost overruns. It's not like the Crenshaw line, which is already underway and is now ballooning out over $2 billion. We haven't gotten to that point yet. But again, I hear your concern about wanting guaranteed funding. I think the South Bay Regional Measure M funding is as close to a guarantee as you can get. And I don't know how to get you any more of a guarantee. It really takes an enormous amount of time and effort to kind of work through these processes at the sub-regional level, both on the Transportation Committee, on the COG board, and with Metro. Again, you know, I think we have to offer a huge thanks to Jackie Bacharach and the COG people for setting up a situation where the sub-region actually was able to capture its own monies and use those and to effectuate projects in the South Bay. If we were just going out for a call for projects to Metro, I think the concerns you have would be extremely warranted, because they could literally, at a board meeting, just basically say no, because they could decide to put that money someplace else. In this case, these are monies that are already dedicated for the South Bay and South Bay projects. The South Bay has basically said to them, this is what we are bringing forth to you. These are our projects for the next year. This is one of those projects included. And so the monies are there. Metro is just kind of in a pro forma way signing off on that. They can't come in and take those monies away from us. We would have to actually agree as a COG in a South Bay to allow them to even do that if they tried. I'm not quite sure. I would have to let staff answer your questions about a better design or product from the contractors. I don't know. I do know, going back to even the prevailing wage question, you know, I was able to help us get $4.4 million for the South Bay Fiber Network, which was a sub-regional program out of Measure M funds. We did not account for prevailing wage in that initially, and we had to go back and get an additional $2.5 million, I think, on that. You know, it's not easy to get these monies sometimes, but we have been able to, and again, they're coming out of our sub-regional funds, and so that's the key. And we got you know, the COG board to sign off on this. So I can't promise that would happen again, especially since I'm terming out as chair. And like I said, Inglewood and Torrance are typically extremely aggressive in going for funds.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Horvath. Next up is City Manager Joe Hefkin.
Yes, just a couple of comments, just in terms of the timeline and a different perspective on this. This is a project that predates many of us with the city. It's one that began, I believe, when Mike Pinsky was the Director of Public Works many years ago in Redondo Beach, or he had been very involved in the project. This is also a project that we've had our federal lobbyists involved with because there were federal funds that were allocated as part of this project. So I just want to put it out there that there's been a lot of resources that have gone into this. You've heard the analogy of rolling the dice. I think that is apt in terms of if there's an action to not award the bid tonight. If it would be helpful for us to reach out to the Metro staff to bring a letter from them. Again, it probably wouldn't be an ironclad guarantee, but it would be something in writing indicating that they're prepared to recommend the project. They have full confidence that the board will approve it. We could secure a letter like that, most likely bring this back another week from now, if that would help. I want to just kind of put that out there or ask if there's any additional information like that, that if we had another week that we could bring this back at your budget workshop next week. So I just wanted to offer that.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Councilmember Grant.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Brad. Just kind of going back to the beginning of this. So, Mike Wazinski, you had mentioned that the Torrance project, the Torrance Boulevard project, is being funded through Prop C. Is that correct? And that's what we're going to see a little later tonight?
Yeah, well, we're not going to get into those details tonight, but your capital plan that's proposed with the operating budget alongside it recommends an appropriation from what we expect to be, although reduced, available Prop C funds next fiscal year that would backfill the money we've taken for this action here tonight. So Torrance Boulevard, with our proposed CIB, is made whole with our own sources of funds, notwithstanding what occurs with the Metro backfill and the regional Measure R funds we're pursuing for 275. So we're confident Torrance is going to proceed. We're really confident that all of the projects that are receiving a transfer request tonight are going to be implemented on schedule, albeit creatively, but they're all going to occur. And you know, just to echo what Joe said, this project actually predates my time in Public Works. It actually goes back to my time back in Community Services, and the land swap negotiations took years. QIC coming online took another year. You know, this has been a very long journey that has multiple sources of funding. Federal funding is committed to this through grants, local monies from regional Measure R funds, a myriad of sources. If we don't move forward tonight, there's a very real chance this project's never built. And I don't mean to say that in a way to scare you to make a decision. And I just firmly believe that there's a very real shot this transit center doesn't get constructed, because we would truly, to my statement earlier, we would need savings in our third round of bidding equal to this 275. Inglewood and Torrance are not going to sit back and allow us to hold on to this money for the next 6 months while we go through another round of bidding. And we're going to lose that source, and then we're going to be looking for something else unless we get that savings. And you know, we've got a direct line right now to get this thing done, executed, and funded with full transportation restricted sources, not a dime of general discretionary money in it. I really think this project isn't just the transit center. This is a Kingsdale enhancement. This is going to completely change that neighborhood. The residents of Kingsdale will benefit from this project tremendously. QIC will benefit from this project tremendously. The entire area is going to see a bucolic uplift as a result of this project. It's an awful stretch of our community right now. You drive up to Target, you drive up to Artesia, up Kingsdale, you go over to King Harbor Brewing Company, you know, you go over to Sprouts, you go to any of those. This is one of our worst arterials. This project is catalyst in making that a much more attractive place. It's really critical for us. It's not just about the bus system. This is about more than that. And we've got a shot right now to get this thing done. I really think we should take it, and we should believe in our folks and our ability to accrue the money for Metro and execute this thing.
Mike, I want to stop you at 1 second. They've had their street slurry sealed in the last 2 years. When was the last time Torrance was done or Inglewood was done? You know, I don't buy that because you're right. I feel bad for some of the folks that are living there doing all the construction. But, you know, there's a good 24 homes on that street. Everybody takes Torrance. Everybody takes Inglewood home from work. Those streets have not been repaired in 17, 18 years yet. Kingsdale was recently paved for 2 years.
No, you're right. It was slurry, but trust me, that was a topical coat. That slurry is fading quickly. And I'm sure Andy and Ted could give you the PCI for it. Kingsdale currently is in far worse shape, even with that slurry, than Torrance Boulevard is structurally. I promise you that. We put a topical coat on it because of the delays. We had no other choice. But this isn't just about repaving. This is about realignment. This is about the installation of landscaping. This is about the installation of pedestrian enhancements. This is a complete change to Kingsdale. It really is. And it starts with the transit center. It has to start there. And
why is it coming out of paving money? Why can't it come out of another fund?
Which portion of this? The Torrance Boulevard transfer? Which component?
No, I mean, why is this all coming out of, well, Torrance is one, but the other ones too. I'm like, we got $7.2 million sitting in a vehicle replacement fund, and we're taking it out of paving. That's what I have an issue with right now.
Right.
You're not getting paid fast enough.
Right. What we're doing is we're moving Prop C funding.
Yeah.
Projects that have Prop C funding are Kingsdale and Torrance Boulevard because they have bus routes on them. Prop C for us from a resurfacing standpoint is limited to streets that have bus arterials that actually have bus utilization. Kingsdale and Torrance Boulevard have that, and they have Prop C funds. Prop C is eligible to be used for this project. That's why we're moving those sources. We could take money out of other general discretionary sources and spend it on this project, but I think we would rather use transportation dollars than even more generous sources because we can do even more with those other items. And again, Torrance Boulevard will get its Prop C money back this fiscal year with the proposed capital plan. So, you know, in the minute we get repopulated, then we have it twice. So, you know, we could use other more discretionary accounts. I just would advise that we stay with transportation restricted sources to the extent that we can.
Okay.
So the Measure C funds can only be used on bus-related arterials.
Streets, correct. Prop C, not Measure C. Prop C.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they are limited. So, you know, that's why we're using those. That's why we're transferring those money.
Yeah. So this project, 11 years in the making. We've had a number of ups and downs. This is the time that we can get this done. So this is an important project for our city.
So is that a motion?
Yes, I'd like to, well, so, Mr. Hudson,
Recommendations by staff.
Yeah, so you had said that we can get a letter from Metro if we could get that letter. I'd like to leave tonight with this decision done because we have enough other things to get doing. But here's where we have. We've got our staff saying that we believe that we're going to get this funds. We have Metro that pretty much administratively actually signs over on these funds. It's not going to be delaying the Torrance Boulevard project. The other two projects one has a change, the other one has money sitting inside of it. That's why we're using those funds. Those aren't actually being affected. And this project has had its ups and downs, so we finally can get this one over the goal line. So
is there a motion?
So, well, Mr. Hepton, you had mentioned a letter. Can we get that letter? See if we can.
I just threw that out there as a way of potentially getting you some additional information next week. We would hate to see the project from a staff standpoint go down tonight. So I'm not sure if we could get a letter like that. Everything that Andy and Mike have shared, I have heard myself from the lead staff person from Metro. So anyway, that seems to be the main concern. is Metro going to come through the board and take that action? It's rare for us to say we're 100% confident that something's going to happen. I think this is about as close as we get to saying that, just based on the past experience, the fact that the monies are there, that there has been a past history of them providing supplemental funds for the project. It's a high priority project for Metro. I'm not sure we could get a letter, but I would rather try to get the letter than not get 4 votes tonight and have the project die.
Project's gonna die?
Well, if the bid's not awarded and we don't have 4 votes to transfer the funds, then we're placing at risk the monies that are already allocated for the project. As Mike and Ted and Andy indicated, there's no guarantee that those local funds.
Well, that was my understanding, Joe, not that the project was gonna die.
Yes, it's gonna die.
It's gonna die, okay. So,
I would say it's going to be on life support. Maybe it's not dead, but it's not going in the right direction.
So this is, when we did that study, and you look at the second to last street, the last street was the stretch of Prospect in front of Beach City's Health District. That was the worst street in our city. Kingsdale was the second worst. That's when we did this. We did that study. We put a slurry seal on there. This actually has, as you said, this is the catalyst for a number of things, especially those folks that live down there. But also, we drive down there a lot. Folks in North Redondo use that quite a bit. We make a right turn from going east on Artesia to go, south onto Kingsdale. We go down there quite a bit to go down to Sprouts, as you said, all those things. This is a really big deal for us down here. And this project's been waiting. It got very close. And again, this is a prized project that Metro actually wants to do. So, Todd, I'd like your support on this. If we can do this, we're going to get Torrance done, and we are going to make it happen. So that's what our staff has said here. We are very clear. If funding doesn't come through, we'll figure that out.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we will.
With what money?
I don't know, obviously. Yeah. But the idea is this. No. There already is Measure C funds making Torrance go. And we will figure that out.
okay, is that it, John?
Oh, Todd, what do you think?
Just that, obviously I feel very strongly about Torrance. I feel strongly about every street in the city. You're asking us to take a huge leap of faith that it's going to be restored. I don't know in this environment. If this were 5 months ago, I'd have no issue whatsoever. But this is the middle of a very, very, very precarious time. That you saw we're going to review later what's happening with this budget. Mm-hmm. And you're asking me to take a leap of faith of a board that we have little impact on, that they're going to make sure that we get the money. It'd be one thing if it was COG and Christian were there. We don't have nobody is representing us on Metro.
Well, we've already done our job at the COG. This is already approved.
I know, this is about Metro. It's not really about the COG.
Well, but here's the thing. So we have certain projects that have been on our docket. You've even said that Torrance was actually delayed for a little bit, and that's true.
2 years already, at least.
Yeah. So this one has been delayed a number of years. Well, okay.
Yeah.
No, I mean it hasn't been delayed that many. It's just there's been a lot of ups and downs here. So
right.
Let's call it that. Let's be fair. So here's the thing. Projects that we have in our queue right now need to get done. And what our staff is saying, both Linzansky and Mr. Saman and Wenji, they're saying that the projects that we are talking about tonight are actually going to get done. That's what we can guarantee by doing this vote tonight. The idea that we are going to be looking at future funds and we're going to do them, you know what? A significant project that has federal funding, that has a tie to QIC, that has a number of other things, won't get done today and won't get done tonight. You say no. So we're saying they put out a plot for us to be able to say, we're going to get all of the projects we have in our queue right now done. We have ways to move the funds around. They feel confident about it. They even said, we wouldn't bring this to you if we didn't feel confident. It's not their money. It's not our money. It's other money. So tonight, we need to do this so that we can actually lock that down. It sounds like every time that we delay, more risk gets injected. And, we're going to have those Measure C funds move over to take over Torrance no matter what. They just told us that that's going to be there. We're going to have to, tonight, as the budget comes out, we're going to have to look at what do we actually do for our budget. We've got discretionary funds we've got to figure out. We've got other things to do. This is stuff we can lock down right now.
So why not do the Prop C funds for Manhattan Beach Boulevard? I mean, why is it that Torrance has to be the one? Why don't we equally share the risk?
I think, Councilman, we already took the money out of Manhattan Beach Boulevard to cover, what was the other project was it the residential resurfacing that we proceeded with at the greater rate?
No, I think it was wasn't it the commercial streets up there?
Maybe it was a commercial street effort, you might be right. So Manhattan Beach Boulevard's receiving an influx in this capital plan as well.
Yeah.
To backfill those monies. So we feel good about those dedicated sources. And the other option, Councilman, if for some reason we didn't get the backfill from Metro, that's when you could say we fund Torrance Boulevard with something other than Prop C. We look at one of our pots of money that is at our discretion, and we make that a priority. And we have that option. It's just, I hate for us, when we have momentum, when we've spent years designing a project, we've gone out to bid, we've executed the land agreements that are necessary. Projects, our execution is most effective when we use that momentum effectively and we proceed. Stops and starts for us are a massive challenge. And we've got a project right now ready to go. Torrance Boulevard is just in the design phase. We're just getting going with that. And we will find a way to fund that project when we're ready to build it. This one's ready to go now. And I mean, this is the placemaking side of me and is your staff member. I hate for us to miss opportunity to placemake. And this is an opportunity to do that. And we've got what we think are good, solid sources of funds that aren't general discretion dollars. And I think we should leverage them. And I think we should strike while the iron's hot. Because if we don't, we may risk them down the road. And that's really why this recommendation is before you.
I'll just say one last thing. The reason it's in planning right now is because it was pushed off a year. It was supposed to be last year. So it was budgeted for last year, and now it's pushed off again. So
and there are a lot of other projects in play as a result. No question. I mean, it's a robust capital plan, a lot of moving parts, a lot of really good things happening. Many of you acknowledged them this morning or at the start of the meeting. There's a lot of good stuff happening. And we do our best work when we use momentum and we execute after we design.
Okay. So one last comment, Bill, and then I'll be done. So this project didn't make that delay. And it's not going to cause additional delay in that project. What we're doing is we are saying, strike while the iron is hot. And that's what Mr. Wazanski is saying. Okay? And we missed this opportunity. We don't build a center, right? We don't move that. We have other issues that are going to come down, and that's not good. I mean, we've made commitments that we are going to be moving that. We have a land swap that's in process. We have all these different things. There's a lot of moving parts here. And to say that, well, funding may not be there, it's not impacting the project you're talking about. We're going to be backfilling. We have as close to a thumbs up of all these monies coming through, and we have a viable road back down where we're prioritizing projects. This has been a project that is a priority. Metro has said so. Anyway, thank you, Bill.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Grand. Look, a bunch of hands have gone up all of a sudden. I know this is an important issue, folks, but let's try to talk about new things. We've talked about a lot of issues. It's important. But, yeah, a lot of hands have gone up. I'll just call them in order. Councilmember Narenheim.
I'll keep this short and keep this quick. The reason why I'm sitting here is because of the waterfront project. And with all due respect to the decision-making process that started 11 years ago before any of us were here, sitting here right now, this project has been delayed. It's gotten bigger. Rather than breaking up into multiple pieces, do different phases. We've kept doing the same larger, better project. We have to do it. We have to do it. We have to do it. We've gone down this path, and now we're playing a shell game with monies from different accounts. And what I just heard is that if we were so guaranteed to get this money, we would use our back with our general fund or ISF fund, or like Councilmember Lowenstein talked about, our vehicle replacement fund. But we're not using those monies or using those funds because we're not that secure at all. So we're playing this game, moving things around, because as even Councilmember Grand said, hey, if we don't get it, we'll just try to figure it out. No. If this project is so important, LA County and other places will ensure that this project will happen, up to including Inglewood and Lawndale, cities that are getting monies, and these buses that go to this regional center go to Inglewood and all these other areas. So if it's important to everybody, it's a regional, then they're all going to pony up, and if we're just moving money around, then let's get the money from somewhere else. I would not vote for the motion as is. I'd like to come back next week with a more guarantee.
Was there a motion?
No. I'll make a motion to have this item come back next week with a letter from the Metro to get a guaranteed source of funding from them. I know they're meeting next week as well. So the motion would be to delay this vote until next week to talk, so staff can further talk to Metro and come back with a guaranteed funding source.
I'll second that.
Okay, well, we don't have a meeting until after Metro meets, so I don't know how that's going to work. But we can conditionally approve this. So you guys know, our county supervisor, Rep. Janice Hahn, is on the MTA board. And the MTA board has another meeting on the 27th. And I have just been texting her and her staff while all this has been going on, because I sense this is going down, and I don't want it to go down. Unless, well, I don't know. If we can, seeing
find a different funding source from the city, maybe?
Well, let me just finish. You could conditionally approve this tonight on the condition that MTA just approves this funding on the 27th. So what I asked her and her staff is, can you agendize this approval for the 27th? They didn't give me an answer, but they said they're going to look into it. So if this is so important, I'm pretty sure they have time to agendize it, and that they could approve it on the 27th, and then problem resolved. We've already approved it, they've approved it, and we can all move forward, and we can get the votes tonight to move forward. Because I sense we are not going to get the votes to move forward. I think that letter is just a letter, and doesn't really mean much. But if you can get it agendized and actually get it approved, well, then, we're off to the races. And I was here when this whole concept started, and it was, a good idea at the time. There was just talk about the Green Line. That's something that's never even been brought up tonight. I'm kind of surprised. If this station doesn't go through, I would argue the Green Line is at risk. The whole Green Line extension is at risk. Because if there's no stop in Redondo, people are going to wonder, how, So I would imagine the MTA board is going to be quite concerned about this, and they will agendize it, and they will approve it so that we can all get moving forward. So if they're so inclined, and I think they are. So it's just an idea. We can make a motion, can conditionally approve it, or we can just go with the motion with a letter. How would this letter work, Joe? They would write a letter saying it's going to get approved? I mean, that's no more guarantee than just talking to them. Is that correct?
It would be something on their letterhead. It would be from their staff saying that they're prepared to recommend it.
You already know that, right?
Well, that's what we've conveyed to you, but it would be on their letterhead with their signature.
So,
well, but you already know they're going to approve it. I mean, that they're going to recommend to approve it. I mean, that's what you've been saying all night. Everybody's been saying is that staff is going to recommend approval.
Right.
Yeah, we already know that. That's my point.
It'll be a part of their their entire South Bay plan that's going forward into the budget. It doesn't go in as a standalone item, it goes in with everything else.
I'd be content with what Bill is proposing. I think that's a good compromise there. And if we can't get it by the 27th, we look for another funding source so that it goes through.
I just don't know if they'll get, and I'm not saying this to be contentious, but much like the way it's challenging to get things on our agenda sometimes, you're talking about their meeting being next week, and as I said, you're asking them to pull this out to separate it from all the other funding things, to draw attention to it, and pull it out. I don't know if that's even possible. I mean, I'm happy to call Mayor Butts and ask, but because he, to Todd's concern earlier, we do have two people fighting for us on that board. We have Supervisor Hahn and we have Mayor Butts, and they're fighting for the South Bay continuously. So I don't know what else to say.
So how do we know that they're not going to pull the rug out from under us? They're fighting for the money and not give it to us later.
Because again, the monies are sub-regional monies. They're protected monies for our sub-region for these projects that the COG has approved. So they don't come in and say, we disagree with you, we're going to move your monies around, and you know what, Redondo Beach, we're going to take your money and we're going to give it to Rolling Hills because we think they really need a better arterial. Like, that's just not how it works. So,
well, I'm willing to compromise somehow, but I want some assurances. And
Wait, and my hand's been up. Can I try to?
Okay, yeah. Well, we got to go in order. Councilmember Nierenheim, I guess, are you done?
I'm done, yes, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember, go ahead.
All right, so staff, so we have three things that we have, well, two, adopt by 4/5, the moving around of money, and we also have the adopt by 4/5, the awarding of the contract. Is there a way that we could put in the contract that if this money doesn't get approved by Metro, that the contract then gets put on hold? Can we do something like that? And then that way, Todd doesn't have to worry about finding the money. We all think the money's going to get approved. We just have a little bit of a caveat in that contract. Is that possible at all?
That is a little unusual for us. When we award a contract, we award a contract. If we're needing assurance, if we don't have 4/5 vote to appropriate the money we need to back and fully fund the contract we would be awarding, we could do one of two things. We could award the contract and manage the finances as part of our budget discussion, and give ourselves more time to determine exactly how we fund this project, but know that we have the commitment. I'm not suggesting that. I would rather us take the action that's recommended. Or if you're concerned, perhaps the motion that the mayor is constructing, that we as part of this, seek to obtain from our current low bidder a guarantee to hold pricing while we wait for Metro approval. And if they're willing to do it, perhaps we can hybrid this in a way. I hate for us to lose this opportunity. I certainly understand the want and desire for a commitment from Metro to secure the funding. It'd be great if they got it on the agenda next week on the 27th and we had it. The concept of a conditional award, though, is a little atypical for us. I mean, that typically we award a contract, we're making a commitment to the contractor that we're gonna proceed, and we're funding.
Till the end of the month to award the contract, correct, Mike?
We have until latter part of next week, middle of.
You don't send them anything until.
We don't have to send them anything. So what we could do is we could shoot for the 27th. You could award it contingent on the 27th, and if not, then perhaps the direction is to proceed to obtain from them a commitment for pricing through the end of June, while we take a shot at the June meeting. Does Metro have a June meeting, Ted, do you know?
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do, and that's what their initial target was. And the reason in August was because they are dark in July, therefore, if for whatever reason it doesn't make it in June, it does go into August.
It would it's a little unusual. We are supposed to award within 90 days. There are some unusual circumstances right now that might grant us some relief on that, our bidding procedures. We did have a protest. We do have a source of funding we're securing. Perhaps we could extend that, and perhaps the bidder will extend us the courtesy of committed pricing. And if they did, it could buy us more time.
So, Mike, I had a thought too, just for a suggestion. If the council is convinced they want to do the project, and if the Metro money does not come available and there will be another funding source, we could award the contract and you could direct that the notice to proceed be withheld until the funding is sorted out. So, I mean, we could award according to the resolutions tonight, and then we would just hold the notice to proceed so the contract wouldn't actually begin. The contractor wouldn't be allowed to begin. The time wouldn't start, et cetera, for the contract until...
And that's exactly what along those lines, that's exactly what I'm saying. Would that be satisfactory to you, Todd?
That would, as long as there's a commitment, yeah, I think it would be. As long as, and if it falls through, that we get the money back somehow.
Right.
I'm okay with that.
Yep.
Yeah,
Can we do that? Can you make a motion?
Anybody, you can make a motion, Todd.
I'm making a motion, I have the floor. So adopt by four-fifths vote by title only, resolution CC 2005-032, and the rest of the recommendation that staff said, and adopt by title only, resolution CC 2005-003, to award the contract to Construction Management Group with withholding their, how did you say it?
Notice to proceed.
Notice to proceed until there's been, till the funding has been approved.
The supplemental Metro funding has been approved.
Correct.
And we cannot be sued for breach of contract if that money does not come through, correct?
We can be sued no matter what. We can always be sued.
At any time by
At any
anybody.
time, for any reason. We will always, that is the answer that Mike Webb will give you every time.
I'll give you that answer every time too.
That is correct. I've had my hand up, but what I'd like to...
It's like fourth now.
Yeah, what I'd like to suggest is that the mayor has to sign the contract or it doesn't go into effect. And so award the contract, but direct the mayor not to sign it. And it's not a valid contract until the funding is identified. I'm a little worried about tying it to the May date because I don't know, for example, if MDA does it as a public hearing. And if their rules are like ours, they've got a 10-day notice for a public hearing, so it's already too late.
I think it is.
So, direct the mayor not to sign it until the funding is identified. If they can't legally get it on the May 27th agenda, no matter how important they think it is, then at that point, Mike can try and, negotiate with the contractor to freeze the price in place. And then as soon as either the funding is awarded by Metro or the council chooses to, find it elsewhere, and we can't be successfully sued for a contract that has never been executed. So I would suggest.
No, but Todd, my concern about that too, I'm willing to do it to get the 4/5 and move forward. But the problem with that is that if now we've got another unknown. So now you're going to try to negotiate with the contractor to freeze the price. What if he says no?
Then we go to bid again.
But then you're going to jeopardize everything, which is what staff's been saying. You're going to jeopardize it all for that.
I'm not going to do it without any type of a guarantee. I'm just not. Sorry. This is about as close of a compromise as I'm going to get. So
we'll have to make the best of it. We'll have to do it.
Let's get something approved here. I think what Mike, what our city attorney said was good way to move forward.
All right, then I will amend my motion if no one seconded it, so I don't have to get a second approval. And so I will amend it so that it's adopt by title only, resolution CC 2005-033 to award the contract to MS Construction Management Group and to have the mayor not sign the contract until the funding has been approved.
Okay.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, approved by MTA.
Metro.
Right. Okay, there's a motion and a second by Councilmember Grant, was it?
Councilmember Horvath.
Horvath, thank you. So,
There's two resolutions.
There's two resolutions,
yeah,
so are we
you
doing
approve
one?
both resolutions on the condition or with the request that the mayor not sign it until MTA approves the funding. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote, Councilmember.
Now, did you check with the clerk if that we've received any public comments?
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you.
So there are
Eleanor,
no,
have we received any public comments on this?
there are no public comments.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember Envy.
Aye.
Okay, there you go. We made some sausage.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, I need
All
to
right,
read
let's go
the
get that money.
resolutions.
All right, I think it's gonna work out.
Okay, so adopt by fourth-fifth vote and by title only, resolution number CC-2005-032, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, transferring $460,000 in Proposition C funds and $400,000 in Measure R funds from the Kingsdale resurfacing 182nd to grant project job number 40880, transferring $370,000 in Proposition C funds from the Inglewood Avenue resurfacing Marine Avenue to Manhattan Beach Boulevard project job number 41210, transferring $820,000 in Proposition C funds from the Torrance Boulevard resurfacing Pacific Coast Highway to Prospect Avenue project job number 41230, transferring $175,000 in Proposition C funds and $525,000 in the other intergovernmental grant funds from the bus shelters and benches project, job number 40120, to the Redondo Beach Transit Center project, job number 2010, as amended. Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2005-033, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a contract to MS Construction Management Group, a California corporation, in the amount of $11,500,000 for the Redondo Beach Transit Center project, job number 20120. Thank you. As amended.
Yeah, thank you, Eleanor. I just got a text from Mayor Butts. Anything for you, Bill. I will do it if there is time to agendize. So, probably falls to Mike Webb's comment. So, anyway, having some fun. So, next up is a letter. Mike, you want to consider this as item, excuse me, folks, this is item N2. It's discussion of a comment letter filed by the City of Redondo Beach with the State Water Resources Control Board regarding the draft amendment of the one-stream cooling policy, expressing our adamant opposition to any extension of the compliance deadline for the AES Redondo Beach generating station. Mike?
Yes, so this is, unlike the last item, this is an example of unanimity throughout the city and its elected officials. It's part of the latest chapter in our long-running battle with the AES Redondo power plant. This chapter started last September. You know, as we know, the power plant is scheduled and has been scheduled for a decade to see us operating December 30 at the end of the day on December 31st. And various efforts were made and grants obtained to look at the post-power plant day in Redondo Beach. And then in September, on a Friday or a Thursday when we have a Flex Friday the next day, Councilman Horvath notified me, I think through his contacts in the Clean Power Alliance, that this tentative decision had just been released by an administrative law judge for the PUC, recommending extending all the power plants that were set to close once through cooling power plants be extended for 3 years. I immediately notified Joe Hefkin. He placed the item and we discussed it at the next council meeting. In September, the council unanimously directed me to oppose it at the PUC. So we filed opposition back then, and the ALJ, administrative law judge, changed his decision to recommend 3 years for the other plants, 2 years for us, and 1 year for Ormond Beach Power Plant in Oxnard. It then went to SACWIS, the statewide advisory committee, water intake structures. Yeah, I just always have to think about it. The council then instructed me, again unanimously with the mayor's support, obviously, to oppose any extension of the AES Redondo Power Plant in front of every administrative body that we came before. Around that time, Mayor Brand and Stacy Armato from Mimosa, along with one of our outside counsel, flew up to Sacramento to oppose it. Many of you have made individual efforts to do so, and as a result, SACWIS changed their recommendation, and Oxnard wrote a letter now not opposing Ormond Beach because they were getting money from the power plant, and they recommended an extension of at least 3 years. And we were able to get in front of SACWIS the recommendation to the State Water Board down from 2 years to 1 year. So we shaved off 2/3 of the time. We filed yesterday, shortly before the deadline at noon, the letter that you've received and filed as the public comment for the city's adamant opposition to any extension for the power plant. It was signed by Mayor Brand and myself. And the coalition that it's always difficult to get a state administrative body to go against their staff recommendation, but that is not always the case, as we saw with the Coastal Commission not too long ago. And this has been a very collaborative effort with many different agencies, many local cities, and I'll let you talk about the coalition that has been put together. And I think the effort that we all show and the adamance of our unanimous opposition, I hope is reflected in the letter that we've submitted. And this continues. The hearing is in July, and I think public attendance, whether virtually or in person, if we've progressed to that point, is going to be important. There's some room for optimism. Many of you have spoken to the State Water Board directly during the workshop in April and in other meetings on the equivalent of non-agenda item. And I was encouraged that Commissioner McGuire made a motion to tell staff that they'd like to get all the power plants except for Redondo option next time. And the vice chair made a motion that she'd like to hear more about the damage to the wetlands. And, we've made the centerpiece of our argument the certain damage, ongoing that will result damage to the wetlands, damage to marine life, damage to not only the members of the public in the most densely populated area around the power plant, but also all the visitors that come during the summer when a peaker plant would run. And we've also tried to demonstrate that it's really not needed. And I further think the energy, even if they grant it, may not be able to rely on it, because we've looked at and we've asked for the Coastal Commission support, as we're allowed to under state law, in stopping the we believe illegal pumping that is going on and has recently gone on, as brought to our attention by members of the public, that is further degrading the jurisdictional wetlands. And so with that, I'll turn it over to you. It's now been one of the directions was that not only to oppose the power plant in every administrative body, but also to give you periodic updates. And this is that update. I hope that that letter reflects, the points of view of the council. And with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thanks, Mike. This has been a long saga. It's amazing it's come to this. I remember being at a water board hearing at UC Davis, I think it was 2007 or 2008, when they first started talking about these once-through cooling regulations they were going to institute. So this has been going on for a long time, and the power plant is due to retire at the end of this year, December 31st, 2020. They come flying out with the idea that somehow they need to extend 4 of these power plants, which all had the same retirement dates, extend them all 3 years. It's been, lots happened quickly. We've been to a lot of meetings. We've commented at a lot of meetings since the COVID, and we've built an incredible coalition of people opposing these extensions. I mean, I've never seen such a comprehensive group, from State Senator Ben Allen to Assemblymember Almer Tsuchi, our local supervisor, Janice Hahn, both school districts of Hermosa and Redondo, both city councils, there's just, the coalition is amazing. Beach City's Health District, I can't find an elected official anywhere in the area. City of Torrance, who thinks extending this power plant is a good idea. And then, of course, what's played heavily into this are, understanding the history of this site. The whole thing used to be a giant wetland in Salt Lake and has tremendous historic value. The Audubon Society's gotten involved along with South Bay Parkland Conservancy. I gave a presentation today to the Southern California Wetland Recovery Project, which has a lot of money and funding from a variety of sources that want to add this out of cycle because they think it's such a great opportunity, or we hope they add it. That was the point of the presentation today. But recently, they found 92 different species of birds. This is not a duck pond, as some people have implied. They found egrets, they found geese, they found osprey, a lot of different species of birds down there. There's nesting. And so the wetlands are trying to come back. And, I think the biggest mistake AES made was not fixing their pumps, because when they stopped repairing their pumps, the wetlands immediately started coming back. Coastal Commission went out there and identified them. And that's playing a huge role in getting state funding, huge role in what will happen to the future of this site. The fact that there are active wetlands there, and they seem to be growing, so we'll see what happens. But anyway, many thanks to everybody. Thanks to Councilmember Horvath for identifying this early on. Mike Webb and his staff, they've just done a tremendous job putting together all the information. It's a very complex issue, and it changes. We had a deal, sort of an agreement, anyway, a written agreement from the new buyer that he would sell half of the plant for $2 million an acre after remediation, which everybody and all the state agency thought was a good price. That's why everybody was moving. The county was moving to form an enhanced infrastructure financing district to divert over $100 million over 40 years to this area, along with the Edison Power Line Corridor. We got a method of service study from Edison Power Line Corridor, said they would remove the large 220 kV towers at no expense to the city. So all these things had fallen into place up until the idea of these extensions fell on the table. And these extensions fell on the table really, about really less than a year ago, and really people really started digesting it. And tens of millions of dollars are involved. And so, a different deal was struck up in Oxnard, and all of a sudden they're not opposing it anymore. Kind of interesting. And the owner of that power plant, Genon, committed $25 million for remediation and demo, which Genon's already responsible for, as is AES and the new property owner. So there's nothing extending, there's a lot of talk and a lot of noise, and there's really nothing in this for Redondo Beach. And but it's all very complicated. You'll hear a lot of different messaging from a lot of different angles and channels. but as members of the public, when you're trying to figure out what's going on, know this, that every elected official, every local agency, from the state to the county, to your local community, they're all against it. So if there was such a good deal out there, we wouldn't be unanimously against it. So don't allow yourselves to be duped by outside interests who have nothing really to gain except tens of millions of dollars if these plants is extended. And we get nothing out of it except more pollution, more blight, more noise. And I'm hoping that the board does, I think we have a good shot, does not extend it at all. And that they go ahead and they retire at the end of this year. We've looked at the grid reliability studies closely, and they're getting 3 large power plants in this area extended unexpectedly. And we don't think Redondo Beach is going to be necessary. So anyway, I could go on and on and on and on, and I'll stop there. The whole thing's kind of a victory lap. The deadline for comments has ended. The next time people have an opportunity to participate is in the public hearing, July 21st. So, yeah, a lot of people will be participating in that. So we'll see everybody in July, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully they won't extend it at all. So with that, I see, Mike, you got your hand up. Did you want to say something more, or you just forgot to take it down? Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I just wanted to publicly thank my colleagues at Clean Power Alliance. We got many of them to sign letters from throughout LA County and Ventura County as well in support of our position. And just really thank the fact that we are with Clean Power Alliance, because they have really been an advocate for the same fight we are fighting, and brought this all to our attention very early on. So I just want to say we've got great partners there, and it's been a really real blessing for us.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Heal the Bay and Surfrider Foundation. They also came out with letters opposing any extension for AES Redondo Beach. Councilmember MD.
I just want to say that, honestly, the letter that was written by legal, it was a really great letter. It was succinct. It got to all the points. It explained everything beautifully. And they really outdid themselves with the letter that they had. It just, it was great. It was really great.
Thank you.
Here. I agree. Okay. With that, I don't see any more hands up. I guess it's just kind of a receive and file.
Yep. It's just me giving you an update as you directed.
Okay, great. Then we can move on
Mayor,
to the...
do we have
public
any
comments?
public comment? I'm sorry, is there any public comment on this?
No public comments for this item. No
I thought there was a blue
comments.
folder item that had a comment for item N2.
Right, there was one for the blue folder item, but we have no e-comments.
Okay.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Councilmember Nairn.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember Imd.
Aye.
And just, if I may, I thank you all for your help. You are all involved, and for your unanimous support. It makes it us to be much more effective, and so I like our chances.
Great. That is good. Okay, item N3, discussion and possible action regarding project approval and adoption of a resolution, initial study and negative declaration on northbound Aviation Boulevard at Artesia Boulevard right turn lane. So, Public Works Director Ted Samant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ted Samant again, Public Works Director. Yes, we are seeking the Council's approval tonight of the CEQA document. This will actually set a lot of the next phase of this project in motion. This is a project that the Council had approved and had funded, and it is 100% funded from Measure R. With that, maybe I'll turn it over to Andy for more.
Thank you, Ted. Andy Winchie from the Public Works Department. The item before you is a recommendation to adopt a resolution of a CEQA finding, a negative declaration, and for project approval for the northbound Aviation at Artesia Boulevard right turn lane improvements project. The project involves widening the intersection to provide a dedicated right turn lane to improve the operation of the intersection. To do this, the city will need to acquire a 10-foot strip of land from the adjacent gas station property, which was redeveloped several years ago with this improvement in mind. The project, including the property acquisition, is fully funded by Measure R. Ted mentioned that. And the CEQA adoption and project approval are necessary steps before we get into the right-of-way acquisition phase. So staff is recommending approval of the project and adoption of the resolution so we can move forward. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Councilmember Grant.
Hi, thank you. So I guess North Redondo Beach is on the docket tonight, so that's great. This is a right turn lane northbound Aviation onto Artesia eastbound. It is a corner that's definitely needs help. I guess the LOS or the level of service is an F, and this has been supported by also the COG as well as a project that is worthy of the funds and getting this done. So it's been a long time coming as far as going through a number of processes and other things. And, you know, Ted, again, you and Andy, your staff, persevering through a lot of ups and downs. I know we've got a long way to go, but thank you very much for getting it here. I spoke with Mr. Madani just yesterday. I told him about this, so I know he's either watching or this, but what we're looking at is this is a report that says that the surface or the soil it comes up negative or does not have any impediments that are going to stop us from moving forward. We've been minding our P's and Q's on this whole process because it is a long process to be able to do what we're doing. Mr. Wendy, I was wondering, were you able to clear up the issue that Mr. Badani had talked about?
I'm sorry, which one?
The barrel that's on the site.
Correct.
Oh,
We work with our consultant. They'll just come back and check the materials inside of that barrel, and they will schedule the removal of the barrel.
Yeah, terrific. Yeah, he was very happy to hear that it was going to be done. So we'll kind of do that. So anyway, there's no other comments at the moment. I'll make a motion to adopt. What's the recommendation? I'm sorry.
Approve the project and adopt the resolution.
So I'll make an approval to approve the project and adopt the resolution.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Are there any comments from the public?
No comments, Mayor, for this item.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion and a second. Councilmember Nairnheim. You're on mute.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember Emmett.
Aye.
Okay, so that's
Okay.
that.
I'll need to read the resolution. Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2005-034, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting a negative declaration number 2020-XX-IES-ND-00X for the addition of northbound right turn lane from Aviation Boulevard to Artesia Boulevard in the City of Redondo Beach. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you, Eleanor. So next up is discussion and possible action regarding cancellation of the city's 4th of July fireworks. John Rock, Community Services Department Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. John LaRock, Community Services Department. Before you tonight is a report with regards to our annual July 4th fireworks that are held in the waters just west of the Seaside Lagoon. As you're aware, the city has canceled all special events through the date of June 30th of this year, July 4th being just a few days after that. There is no foreseeable forecast that very large gatherings would be immediately permissible by the county following the June 30 deadline that the city has set for gatherings. The county is currently maintaining its no more than 10 people for gatherings of the same household. So it is unlikely that forecast will change in time for us to either A, open the Seaside Lagoon for a general day of swimming or the special event day on July 4th, and then subsequently any type of large special event up to and including a fireworks show that would, as it has traditionally every year, draw very large crowds down to all areas of the city's waterfront as well as other neighboring cities.
And so not wanting to be responsible for a potential crowd herd moment where many, many people could be unwittingly exposed to the coronavirus, and really our inability to enforce social distancing across thousands and thousands of people, and face coverings and the like. We are recommending the cancellation, or rather postponement, if you will, of the fireworks to a future date, either July 4th, 2021, or to a future date to be determined. Since we have a vendor in place, very little of the upfront deposit funding by the vendor has been spent to this date. There have been some licenses and some pyrotechnic supplies acquired, but those can be held and reused for a future event, even as late as July 2021, provided we have the ability to create a large gathering event at that time, hopefully post-antidote or vaccine. So really it's a policy question for the council. We've included in the report a great deal of cities, which has grown exponentially since I wrote the report, of cancellations up and down the coast, and also inland of other jurisdictions that have canceled their fireworks shows. So I'm available for any questions, but really that's the policy decision for the council to determine whether or not they wish to proceed with the July 4th festivities with the fireworks show. Thank you.
Great, thank you, John. Councilmember Graham.
Oh, sorry, that was from last time.
Councilmember Nairn. You're muted. You're muted. Councilmember Nairn, go ahead.
There you go. Thank you. I actually talked to the health department today about these types of gatherings, as well as other things like the restaurants and gatherings, and talked to some other representatives at the state level. We're not going to be seeing any fireworks in the Seaside Lagoon area being approved at a local or level, but if we wanted to get a fireworks show somewhere else going, that would be always a possibility. The problem with that is a fireworks show on the water requires an immense amount of pre-planning on a barge level and equipment, land level wise. If someone wanted to have it at the Torrance City Hall or El Camino, places like that on land, it can easily be done. So I've talked to the Riviera bid quite extensively about this, and they're more than willing to help out and figure out something out. But the likelihood that we have enough proper prior planning for something like this is probably not going to happen. So I don't think we're going to be able to move forward with anything along our coastline this year.
So is there going to be a motion because there's no more hands up?
Yeah, I don't really want to make a motion to cancel the event, but I guess we're going to have to make a motion to cancel the event, huh? Yeah, no one else wants to speak. With public comment?
Is there any public comment on this, owner?
We received 2 blue folder items and no public comment, no e-comment.
Is there a reason why we're not reading the blue folder comments? I mean, people took the time to write in. Do you need a motion to read them?
Well, we
because we voted not to read them if they're already in our screen, because we can see what the comments are.
Yeah.
And that's why. We voted that a long time ago when we first brought in the e-comments.
Yeah.
A month ago when we did that. But last time we read a couple of comments on individual items. So I think I'd like to make a motion to read just these 2 comments that people had to say for this item. I wouldn't mind hearing that.
Is there a second to hear these items?
I'll second it.
Okay, I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Nairn.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Graham.
Aye.
Sorry, Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, Eleanor, go ahead and read the 2 comments for this particular item.
Okay, we have from Andrew Lesser, cancellation of the city's 2020 July 4th fireworks show. I support canceling the event. The other comment is from Barbara Epstein. We're okay with not having fireworks this year due to coronavirus. And that's it, Mayor.
Okay, that was quick.
What about Jeff Ginsburg comment?
wasn't under N2.
I think he had it under the other item.
Under 01.
I have O1. He's under O1.
Is that all the comments for this item?
Yeah, there was two for the blue folder.
Oh, actually, no, Jeff Ginsburg does have one comment as well.
Where is it?
Oh, did it just come in?
It says at 9:32 p.m., a minute ago, the mayor council canceled fireworks shows in the harbor area due to the density of the area of the people on boats. Perhaps the mayor council would consider fireworks on a barge in front of Avenue I. Adjacent to Riviera Village, people viewing the fireworks could be greatly spread out along the Esplanade. Sponsors would likely pay for it as well. That's been the sentiment of the Riviera Village Association, so I support that as well, if approved by the county.
Okay, so that sounds like a different motion.
Yeah.
So what's the motion now?
So I'll make a motion to cancel the Seaside Lagoon fireworks of 2020.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, I'll call for a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Grand?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay, so the fireworks at the Seaside Lagoon are canceled. Any other motions? Okay,
Yeah, we don't need a motion for the bid. If they need to come, if we're able to work something out, we can deal with that sooner or later. Another time.
yeah, I would imagine if the bid wants to fund the fireworks, right now there's no funding allocated for fireworks off of Avenue I or barges and no agreement with the county to allow that to happen. So I don't know, I suppose you could direct,
Yeah, that'd be at end of the meeting.
all right. Well, it's on the agenda. Okay, next up is a discussion of the budget. Item N5, discussion and possible action regarding fiscal year city manager's proposed budget. This is mostly a receive and file item for our city manager, Joe Hefkin.
Yes, good evening again, Mayor, council members, members of the public. Joe Hefkin, City Manager. You're all aware that the city's charter has the date of May 16th. That's the charter date for the release of the proposed budget by the city manager and staff. On Saturday, we posted the proposed operating and capital budgets for the coming year. The CIP budgets for a 5-year period that you adopted on a 1 year at a time basis. The budgets are posted online. We have a limited number of hard copies that we've printed and have them. I believe each of you have them. Tonight's action is to receive and file the budget, as the mayor indicated. It is also to set the public hearing schedule for the detailed review of the operating and capital budgets. Our first public hearing will be Tuesday, May 26th. That's the date that was agreed upon. That's next Tuesday. Previously was your strategic planning session, got replaced with a budget workshop. We went ahead and adjusted the schedule to have that be the start of the public hearing process. So you'll go into public hearing on May 26th at 3 p.m. You'll conduct that session. You'll continue the public hearing to your future meetings. We've got the schedule outlined in your staff report. Got a high-level overview. Not going to get into a lot of detail because the public hearing's not open yet, but want to kind of set the stage for the public hearings that you'll have and see what we're dealing with this year. This is the 7th budget that I've presented to you as manager since joining the city. You know, other budgets don't even come close to the complexity of this one and the level of uncertainty. And we've had one high-level review with you before, but wanted to hit the highlights of the budget. So Marnie is going to do a screen share. And Marnie, if you want to pull that up. Okay, so you can all see that, okay? Again, this is an overview of the budget. It's the 1-year operating budget. It's the 5-year CIP budget. Not going to get into a lot of detail, but next slide. So this top statement, that's been a definition that we've used of our budgeting process for some time. The budget process is establishing funding priorities in accordance with the city's core values and adopted financial principles, printed in the proposed budget, as well as our strategic plan. We've listed here the City Council's adopted core values. There's clarifying statements that go along with each of those: fiscal responsibility, openness and honesty, integrity, ethics and accountability, outstanding customer service, teamwork, environmental responsibility, excellence. These are the values that guide the work that we do, certainly guide the work of preparing the budget. So in terms of the operating budget, we have the budget message that are the first several pages of the budget, provides an overview of what's recommended. You have what's described as the core budget, which includes general categories of personnel, maintenance and operations, internal service fund allocations, and capital outlay charges. You'll note this year as you go through the budget, we have line item detail, something that several of you have mentioned before. A lot of detail there. We'll be prepared to get into that as much detail as you would like to as we go through the budget process, but it follows each of the operating departmental budgets as they're presented in the document. After the manager's budget message, we have the decision packages, 46 of them in particular. They're recommended modifications to the budget. In good years, we're adding money to the budget, or we're finding new ways to spend money. In bad years, we're contracting the budget. We are certainly in a contraction mode. There's a couple of them that would bring in some new revenue, but for the most part, they are all reductions. And across the board, no department left unaffected. We don't have them before you tonight, but those of you will remember that a big part of our budget process is the preparation of budget response reports. They're really done in anticipation of questions that arise. Some of them we do each year on a repeat basis. We can do other ones. That's part of what we'll look from you, both tonight as well as in your future meetings. We'll have a series of budget response reports that we'll release as part of the packet for next week's public hearing. There'll be others that come out in June. We can only do so many at one time. We're working on them right now. Again, it's supplemental information to help provide additional facts and figures and trend information that should be helpful as we go through the budget process. So kind of the numbers in a nutshell, it's a $96.7 million core general fund budget. That's our total appropriations. We have on the CIP side, it's a $58 million CIP budget. $46.3 million of that represents existing projects. There's $11.7 million of new CIP monies allocated. So it's a robust CIP program this year. Add those two up and it's $58 million. We maintain a 1-month reserve, $8.1 million. We maintain that as part of the proposed budget. That really is a minimal amount. It would be nice to have a larger reserve. We're fortunate to have this amount. There's some cities that have much more than this. There's other cities that would love to have this amount, but we're able to maintain the $8.1 million as part of our general fund contingency. Currently, we have 432 full-time employee positions. That's before the decision packages. after the decision packages, we dipped down below 398 positions. We'll go into more detail in the future, but we have a number of deauthorizations. Most of those positions are vacant. Some are filled. The next slide, I think we get into some further detail. What we're up against this year, based on our projections, is a funding shortfall of $8.9 million. That's before decision packages. If all the decision packages are adopted, and we will, as part of the budget response reports, provide you with alternatives. So it's not certainly a take it or leave it proposition. There's all kinds of options, different ways of balancing the budget. What you've got is the staff's recommended best efforts before you, brings the funding shortfall brings us into balance. So next slide. So as indicated, there are 46 separately recommended decision packages. That typically is where the council will spend most of its time because they represent changes to the core budget. We haven't listed all of them here, but in a general sense, what we've done is, given the funding deficit, we asked for reductions from both safety departments as well as non-safety departments. For the non-safety departments, generally what you'll see in the decision packages are reductions on the order of 15%. For the safety departments, police, fire, as well as city prosecution services, it's still big dollars, but a lower percentage, about 5%. We did identify higher percentage reductions, but based on the review and their impacts, did not feel comfortable recommending reductions of more than 5% for the safety departments. As mentioned earlier, we've got a number of vacant or projected vacant positions that we're recommending for deauthorization. They're spread out amongst a number of different departments. When we say projected vacant, we've got a number of employees who have indicated that they are planning to retire. So for those who have given us that information, that's happening early in the budget process, we're taking advantage of that savings. We've really worked hard not to affect positions. We have been proactively managing the budget. We have not just filled position vacancies whenever they come open. We knew it was going to be a tough budget year before COVID-19. Once COVID-19 happened, it crystallized that this was going to be a budget unlike any of us have ever faced. We unfortunately were not able to achieve balance by just focusing on the vacant or projected vacant positions. There's 9 filled positions that we have identified. Of those 9 positions, there's 5 employees that will move to other comparable full-time positions. There's 2 full-time employees who, if the decision package is adopted, would have their positions converted, to 3/4 time funding. So not a complete outright layoff, but a conversion of work from full-time to 3/4 time. And then there's 2 that are displaced, that do not have a place in the organization. We have looked at a variety of other components of the budget. We've tightened funding in a number of different areas. I think you'll find the line item detail to be helpful as we go through the internal service fund allocation modifications. We also have a heavy reliance on grant funds. As part of the budget this year, we have grant funding to help fund city attorney, homeless-related services, both city attorney as well as police department functions. The quote-unquote experiment that was funded in the past year. We have outside Measure H funding secured in order to continue the successful work of the past year into another year. We also have secured a grant for the general plan update, a $310,000 grant. So we certainly feel good about our acquisition of grant funds. That's on the operating side. There's a variety of outside competitive grant funds that we've received on the capital side to fund capital projects. There is a use of some one-time monies in order for us to achieve balance. You'll maybe remember from last year there was some discussion about, do we have a structurally balanced budget or don't we? And there was some variation and some discussion about that. There is no question that this year that we do not have a structurally balanced budget. We are using some one-time funds in order to pay for ongoing operating costs. That's not a practice that we wanted to put in place, but given the magnitude of the funding shortfall, it was really impossible unless you were just going to completely eliminate services or decimate departments in order to have a structurally balanced budget without the use of some reserve funds. So that's certainly something that we will be prepared to talk about as we go through the budget process. Again, everything I've talked about up to this point has really been the general fund, but we will, as part of the budget process, spend probably more time than we have in the past on the uplands and tidelands funds. There are some significant proposed reductions in order to bring those funds into balance. The revenue sources have really ground to a halt for those funds, as well as the general fund. Being a community that relies heavily on visitors and visitor spending, that is, something that we have seen as really the biggest reason for why we have such a funding deficit this year. So in terms of the budget response reports, I mentioned those earlier. We have a number of those that we are working on. These are some of the earlier ones that you'll see. Again, there are a variety of ways to balance the budget. We are going to provide to you some alternatives that we considered, are not recommending, but really think that you kind of should see some other options. The budget goes from being a city manager proposed budget to what will ultimately be a council adopted budget. So we will give you those alternatives and can certainly look at other alternatives if you identify them as part of this process. There will be a budget response report focusing on our CalPERS expenditures, as well as we will share with you again the update that we did at mid-year related to pension obligation bonds. We will have that information to share with you as part of this budget process. We have modified the process to allow for commission feedback with a special meeting of the Budget and Finance Commission as well as the Harbor Commission. So you will, as those commissions provide feedback, get a copy of their minutes or whatever feedback they want to provide you, and that's typically packaged and given to you as a budget response report. There's going to be a budget response report focusing on special events, on what previously were referred to as signature events, those where the city had waived fees, did not charge city staff time. That's something that we've taken a hard look at. I think signature events from our standpoint, and really from the standpoint of a number of cities, are going to be kind of a thing in the past. Given the level of reductions that we're needing to take, it's difficult to find the staff time to do community events, especially when they're not even allowed currently under the current health orders. Vehicle replacements, you'll see that there's a decision package where we are extending the life of vehicles, creating some savings there. That's a fund that typically gets talked about and reviewed every year. We will have a budget response report that goes into some detail about the vehicles that we're replacing, the useful life, and you can see our thinking that goes into that, as well as the computer equipment that we're proposing for replacement. And then we'll also update the 5-year financial scenarios. Difficult to do in our current environment, but nevertheless, we'll share with you our thinking related to what this looks like over a 5-year time period. So at the end of tonight, if there's other budget response reports that right now you know that you'd like to see, you're certainly free to put those on the list. If you want to wait and see the ones that we have, you can certainly add them later, but certainly that's an invitation for you to add to this list. And there's many others that we plan to do, but that's just kind of the starter kit. So what we have here is the budget calendar. The budget calendar was approved earlier this year. That was a council item we brought forward. We had the mid-year report in March. We provided you a budget update after a month into the COVID crisis. We had the budgets released on Saturday. Tonight, the request is that you set the public hearing. We've already advertised the public hearing for May 26th. 3 p.m. You can see the dates for review by the Budget and Finance Commission, the Harbor Commission, and continuing City Council review. There'll be one budget workshop focused on the CIP in particular. So all of this leads to what we project and have in the calendar as adoption on June 16th. That's right now your last scheduled meeting of this fiscal year. We do need to have a budget in place by July 1st when the budget year begins. That's the budget calendar. And so again, the recommendation tonight is to receive and file the proposed budgets and as well as the 5-year CIP, to set May 26th as the date for the public hearing, and then give us direction, any additional budget response reports or questions that you have. And you'll have all the department heads, the finance director, Marty Ruland, who has been working incredibly hard along with her staff, as well as Mike Wazansky. It's a great team. They've all worked very hard on this. Not enjoyable work, but important work. And that's kind of the high-level overview tonight. So I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Joe. And first thing I would say is thanks to the entire staff that's been working on this. This could not have been fun. And I remember the last huge deficit budget we had was my first budget, 2009, was $6.5 million. And to be staring at $9 million is pretty daunting. It's amazing how things cycle. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mike Webb. Mike, you had your hand up. Is that from before, or did you want to say something?
No, just briefly, I wanted to remind the council or reiterate, this is not the public hearing. The charter requires you to notice it for at least 10 days after you receive the city manager's budget. And that you have to consider the budget and all the things said during the public hearing. So really tonight is advising the city manager and staff having received the budget, what more information you need, what budget response reports you want prepared for the first public hearing that you have next Tuesday. So
great, thank you. Yeah, now's the time for the council to be asking for budget response reports. Anyway, Councilmember Nairnheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. So, Joe, I got a question for you regarding the 5% cut to fire for public safety, and that's fire has a $22 million budget, I believe. Is that correct, Joe?
It's a 5% cut of their budget, their core budget. So yes, that's what you see in front of you tonight with the different decision packages, as well as prosecution services.
We're expecting a $1.1 million cut out of them?
And to be clear, though, and Marty, you may want to weigh in, just to be specific, Councilman, when we say 5%, it's of the expenditures they control. So when you see a department budget like fires that totals $22 million, there's a good component of that that includes our internal service fund allocations for things like building maintenance, vehicles, et cetera. That department doesn't control those expenses. Those expenses are based on public works or other operations. So we're asking for, when we say a 5% cut or a 15% cut, it's specific to their salary and M&O budgets. The ISF numbers are excluded from that calculation.
Okay.
Weigh in.
Oh, were you done?
You can see the different categories in the budget, and fire would have the personnel and maintenance and operations that the 5% would be calculated on.
So what would that be, for instance? I kind of want to get a number so I can reference now to the other divisions. If going to the budget, I guess right now, I'm going to go to the page. Do we know what page it is right now? What's the total budget of the fire department? 22 million, 23 million?
Right, it's 23 million. But 5 million of that is the internal service fund charges.
Okay, so 18 million, so 5% of 18 million. So we're looking at, let me do the math real quick. 10% is $900,000?
Right.
Okay, so then I would expect, if I go do the math on the police, same thing across the board, and as if another agency you talked about. I looked here on page 38 for street and landscape lighting district. I didn't see any real details here what the actual expenses here are, the financial summary for the street and landscape lighting district. Is there a different page here that I'm missing for street and landscape lighting district?
Yes.
And what is it you're looking for?
The breakdown for the street and landscaping and lighting district. I didn't see the details of what the expenses were, like you have in some of the other departments.
Right, we did it just for the department. So all of street landscaping and lighting is in the public works department. That's not broken out in line item detail by fund.
And just to be clear, you will receive a budget response report that breaks the street landscaping and lighting assessment district down in detail. So you'll see that in a BRR, and you'll also see it in some of our alternative budget reduction scenarios as some options for you to consider. So you'll get it in 2 additional supplemental documents next couple weeks.
And did with the engineer's report as well
Correct.
When engineering brought that forward.
Right, okay. I don't have any other budget response reports that I want to talk about. And only other question I think I have on the budget here, let me look here real quick. I think that's all here. Let me check one more time here. No, that's all I have for right now.
Okay.
Ornstein.
Yes. The 2 that I would like, BRs, you mentioned there's vehicle replacement. So you're going to go into more detail, Mike?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you'll get a full breakdown on the vehicles that are proposed for replacement that have been deferred for a couple of years and that we're recommending that we buy this fiscal year. And you'll also get an assessment of what our proposed decision package would do to the life cycle extension for remaining vehicles.
Okay. That's the first one. The second one, as we discussed today before the meeting, is a BRR breaking down the streets for residential rehabilitation and slurry sealing.
Yes.
So to the best of your ability.
Yeah, we will do that. We'll prepare a reminder for you all on the streets that are in the current phase that we're working on now. We'll talk about the streets that are likely next up based on our last assessment. Public Works is about to embark on a new 3-year assessment, so we will be confirming those streets as part of that exercise, but we'll give you our best guess for now.
Okay. That's it then for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. One thing I was curious about, Mike, is, or Joe, Marnie, the dredging of the harbor. I really don't know what the status of that is. It seems to have been deferred for quite some time, and it would be good to get a budget response report on when it needs to get done. It seems like it needs to get done now, but how we would fund it, how much, that sort of thing. So
sure,
we probably already have it prepared, but it would be good to see it.
Yeah, we can do that for you. We can give you a status report, and we're in the environmental kind of pre-engineering phase now, but we can walk you through the steps of that project.
Yeah. Councilmember Narenheim, you have your hand up again, or did you?
No, it's down. Sorry, I'll put it down, but no, I'm down.
Right. Okay. I think everybody has some CIP projects, but yeah, we'll just have to save that one and have an official public hearing. Are we having an official public hearing next Tuesday, Joe, on the budget?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We were able to provide the notice so that will be more than just a workshop, but it will, count in terms of your consideration. We kind of asked that question at the last moment, and we were able to, get the ad out in time. So,
okay.
Yeah, it'll be a public hearing for sure.
Okay, great. Councilmember MD. You're on mute.
I know. I just wanted to double check before I make a motion. Is there any public comment?
We have no public, no e-comments or no blue folder comments on this item.
Then I'd like to make a motion that we receive and file the fiscal year 2021 city manager proposed budget and the fiscal year 2025 city manager's proposed 5-year capital improvement, and set the date to conduct a public hearing for May 26th.
Second.
Okay, with no comments, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, great. So receive and file, and we'll see everybody next week for the public hearing. All right. Next up is item 01, discussion and possible action regarding the city's local emergency pertaining to COVID-19. Receive and file the city's current summary of our emergency orders. City Manager, Joe Hefkin.
Yes, before you again with the status of our city orders relative to the current COVID-19 public health crisis. If this seems like deja vu, this is the 7th time that we've been before you, virtually every meeting since we declared a local emergency. We've been before you with an informational report or with new orders. Most recently, it's been to lift some of the prior orders or restrictions that were put in place. We first declared a local emergency on March 12th. So, last before you a week ago, at which time there were some modifications to the city orders and restrictions that were lifted. You'll recall we had council consensus on the immediate opening of Zuliger Park. So we were able to take that action. Sidewalk west, on the west side of the Esplanade was opened for walking. It remained closed for parking. So we were able to take that action. Also, the sidewalk on the west side of Harbor Drive was open that previously had been closed. There was strong interest in opening that. Lots of discussion last time about the parking on the west side of the Esplanade. The council consensus was to delay the lifting of that restriction or to keep the no parking in place until May 26th, so through Memorial Day. And then with parking allowed both on the west side of the Esplanade as well as the city parking lot adjacent to Miramar Park next to Torrance. You also gave us direction to, help local restaurants and businesses better understand the county and state protocols for reopening. Again, they're all closed except for delivery or curbside service. There's more and more interest in being prepared for the time when on-site service is allowed or allowing business to move outdoors into either private space or public space. So that's something that we have certainly put some time and effort into. So that's what happened last week, and we put those changes in effect. In the meantime, the County of Los Angeles, the Public Health Department, lifted the restriction on tennis countywide, and so we are putting in the protocols and revising procedures to allow for a single play of tennis at the city-controlled tennis courts. They should be open by Friday, so we've had quite a few inquiries on tennis. So we look forward to providing that recreational amenity back to the community. And we're seeing other cities move in that direction. Again, a lot of what we talked about last time is us not wanting to be an outlier, not to offer something that nobody else is offering so that we become a draw. So we're proceeding carefully and with a lot of thought related to these openings. As the mayor mentioned, we do have the summary list of the emergency orders attached. We're prepared to talk through any additional closures or restrictions that you'd like to see about lifting these things that are within the city's control. The other thing I wanted to share is that earlier today I spoke with Gary Jones, Director of County Beaches and Harbors. They have they're giving a lot of thought to the closure of the county bicycle lanes, bicycle paths that traverse the sand. It's been their biggest challenge countywide, not only Redondo Beach, but up and down the coast. Lots of calls for that restriction for those lanes to be opened. What Gary indicated earlier today is that there will be a change one way or another. Either bike lanes will open shortly or they will harden the closure with additional barricades. It sounds more and more like they're going to be opened. It's something that is part of our discussions with the county that I personally advocated for biking to be allowed on those bike paths, but as the mayor indicated, not everybody got what they wanted as part of those discussions. So we anticipate some action within the next few days relative to the bike lanes. Also, Mr. Jones indicated that there had been really limited enforcement activity on the part of the lifeguards for that. They're really kind of leaning heavily on local police for enforcement, but understand completely that we're pulled in a lot of different directions. But it sounds like that the biking restriction is going to be lifted shortly. So one thing I'd like to do before turning it back to the mayor council is to call on Mr. Backley from Beach Cities Health District. Tom, if you're still on board, to give us an update related to the testing at the South Bay Galleria and any other updates from all the work that the Beach Cities Health District is doing. I see Jacqueline's son online as well. So Tom?
Great. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Just want to give a brief update. Jacqueline's going to walk us through some of the numbers that we're seeing in what we call the state of COVID-19. We're going to show some numbers as it relates to the South Bay and then talk a little bit about testing. So, Jacqueline?
Hi, thanks, Tom. Good evening. Jacqueline Sun with Beach Cities Health District. As Tom mentioned, I just wanted to give some brief overview of the data that we've been tracking. This is what we call the state of COVID-19, our dashboard, and this can be found on our website, bchd.org/COVID numbers. I think that we've seen a lot of different data sets. This is specific to our beach cities and some comparison points with the county. You'll see the current county cases and deaths. Sad to report that today there were additional 76 deaths. I think that's the second highest number of deaths since we've been tracking, and an additional 1,183 cases. And you'll see here that there are specific data related to the beach cities. There's also information on the dashboard, different charts and graphs of where we're trending. Here you'll see, you may have seen this graph before, where we're tracking individual cases, cumulative cases in the beach cities. The green line is Formosa, red line is Manhattan, blue line is Redondo. Yellow line is the cumulative cases of the beach cities, and we've also added Torrance in gray. I think that this indicates that you see some of the flattening that in the South Bay, but also caution that this disease knows no boundaries. When we see some of our neighboring cities with increased cases as well. I think that what we're seeing is definitely a stabilization of some of the death and case rates, but definitely not that decline. I think that as we're moving through the phases of reopening, these are the metrics that we're going to be tracking really closely. Wanted to talk really quickly about testing. I know that the governor has been making some announcements. Some of the metrics that as benchmarks that he's indicating as goals are testing at least 1.5 tests per 1,000 residents. And in LA County, that means 15,000 tests, an average of 15,000 tests for the past 7 days. And testing capacity has increased in the county. We're right at that mark, which is great. There's also an important metric of positivity rate. This is an indicator that the governor mentioned in his resiliency roadmap of counties who are seeking that regional variance to move faster into phase 2 of making sure that they have a positivity rate of less than 8% for the past 7 days. In LA County, we've been tracking, and that positivity rate had been for a very long time about 13 to 15%, and just in the past week or so, we've seen that decline, and now we're at 9%, which bodes well. I think that it speaks to the increased testing capacity that we have at the county, and we're tracking that number really closely. I think that when we're looking at what the county is tracking in terms of their recovery metrics, it's definitely testing capacity, but also hospitalization rates, hospital capacity, as you know, the amount of PPE or personal protective equipment, as well as the death trends. But testing is going to be very important as we move into different phases of the recovery, and it's going to be key being able to test people quickly and making sure that we're contact tracing, isolating, and quarantining appropriately. And just for everybody watching and for members of the council, I just wanted to promote some of the free testing that's available through the LA County testing sites. There are over 40 testing sites across LA County. The South Bay Galleria is one of those sites that we're helping to operate in partnership with the county. You'll see the website covid19.lacounty.gov/testing, where there's an interactive map that lets you locate where the nearest testing site is. There are, in addition to the city sites, the county sites, there are a number of state-run sites. All of those are free. And in the past couple of weeks, there's been an expansion of who is eligible for testing. Obviously, anybody with symptoms, any of the 9 symptoms that are indicated by the CDC, fever, cough, shortness of breath, chills, repeated shaking from chills, muscle pain, headache, sore throat, any new loss of taste or smell are eligible for testing. But the testing eligibility has now also been expanded to people who are asymptomatic if they fall within a number of categories, anyone over 65, anybody with a chronic medical condition, or if you're considered an essential frontline worker, so that's in the food industry, if you're a government employee, social services, healthcare professionals, then you too are eligible for getting a test at one of these county sites. And again, that information where you can find out more is covid19.lacounty.gov/testing. And lastly, I just wanted to bring your attention to the South Bay Galleria testing site that we're operating in partnership with the county, in partnership with our partners at Providence Little Company Mary, the nurses who are doing the testing, obviously QIC who's offering the space. We started testing them April 3rd, and since then we've done about 300 tests per day. It gets really busy in the morning. Done over 13,000 tests at that site, and that site is now being operated out of Department of Health Services through the county. It used to be operated by the fire department of LA County, and that site is running very smoothly. I think for a very long time we had a positivity rate there about 5%. Since the beginning, and just in the past couple of weeks, we've seen that trend decline. Now we're about 3.74% positive rates of all the tests conducted at that South Bay site. So, Tom, I'll turn it over to you if you have anything to add about testing.
Jackman, I have a quick question for you.
Yes, John.
Could you explain what a positivity rate is, just so that we understand that better?
Sure. It's basically the results of the people who the results come back, what percentage of those have tested positive. So of the people who are getting tested, a little less than 4% of those are testing positive, just at the South Bay Galleria site. I can't speak for the other sites. And like I said, at the county, generally that average is closer to 9%.
Okay, thanks. And that's an important number that we're watching, especially with the governor listing 8% as the target positivity rate. So what we're seeing from the Galleria test site is that we're significantly below that. The county is slightly above that. So this is another metric that's used to start to reopen. And so we're seeing with the impacts to the local hospitals are down. We're seeing this positivity rate down. And so not sure, but we're starting to see some indicators for potential additional reopening. And so testing is extremely important. Beach Cities Health District is now running that site out there. We were doing that in conjunction with LA County Fire. We're now running that site with the Department of Health Services, and we'll be running that site at least through May. We're hoping into June and August, because continued testing will be essential for reopening. So that's just a quick overview of testing, and we're doing many other things, but thought you'd want to hear about that because we know reopening is on everybody's mind and testing is key to that.
Well, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Jacqueline. Really appreciate that update. It's great to see the South Bay numbers. You don't see that often. You usually see the county numbers. And speaking of the county numbers, I did notice that they went up. The deaths went up today, as did the cases. So, but they've both been under 5% growth for some time now, which is encouraging. But when you look at, the thresholds put out even by the White House, we're not there, according to a lot of the thresholds that are, pretty much all the thresholds that are shown. Let me ask you a question about the testing. What is the accuracy of those tests? The ones being done at the Galleria? Last I heard, it was about 70%. They were about 70% accurate.
Yeah, I think that's what we've heard too. I think it really depends on just in general these types of diagnostic tests. It's not necessarily the test, but how those specimens are being collected to different modalities. Where you have the nasal, the one at the Galleria is more of an oral swab. We've been told by the experts that they're pretty comparable in efficacy. And in terms of validity, the test at the Galleria also has an FDA use authorization. But, I think that these false negatives are common. That's why that it's still important for folks to isolate and quarantine if they have symptoms, know that their test results, you can be negative one day and be exposed the next day, and then it's not necessarily an indicator that you're safe. So to have people keep that in mind is important.
Is there really any contact tracing going on? I mean, what agency or what group or are you guys? I mean, I hear contact tracing and I really don't see the numbers, don't see the results, don't see reports.
Yeah, I think that the county has indicated that they long have had the capacity to do this with other infectious diseases, with tuberculosis and other diseases where they have the infrastructure, the training, and it's just a little bit of the extra manpower that's needed. The governor has announced his intention to train contact tracers, knowing that it's important to contain the disease. I think that those are basically, as of now, what we've heard, those are state employees that are getting redeployed to individual local agencies. And I think that we will be in touch with the county too to see what kind of capacity they need. I think that, in terms of contact tracing, the county would be the folks who have that infrastructure already in place, have a training program in place, and we would start probably there. But you're right, Mayor, that it's going to be very important in being able to identify if there's a case as we're reopening, quickly being able to identify who those close contacts are and quarantining those is going to be paramount so long as there's no therapeutic or vaccination.
Right. I think there's a lot of things going on during this pandemic that can be, looked upon as something that we have to do better. It's really not going on right now, but you've seen in other areas where the contact tracing has been extremely useful, extremely helpful, effective in controlling the spread of this pandemic. While we're really not doing it now, the county could be gearing up for, the next time something like this happens, whether there's a resurgence or whether in 5 years there's another pandemic. This is really kind of a wake-up call for everybody on how we can handle this. And so, just going forward, I'll say a couple other things. The beach reopening went well. I was asked to schedule a Beach Cities Mayors conference for tomorrow, which probably means they're going to announce opening of the bike path, as City Manager Joe Hefkin said. But now it's really straying into other areas, and those other areas being how do we open these businesses back up and get people back up and running and safely. So I saw Janice Hahn appointed a commission for different businesses in different areas to start figuring out how exactly to do that. So, we've got people with hair salons, we've got people with gyms that want to get back up and running safely. And so I think it would be very helpful for the counties or even the individual cities to start giving guidelines. And we've already gotten plans from these types of businesses about how they want to reopen and do it safely. So I really think we need to start looking at that very closely. Me as, an elected official policymaker, I've really kind of keyed in on the hospital occupancies, and I've seen them, obviously the death rates and the case rates are important, but what really tells the story for me are the hospital occupancies, and they're in great shape. And they've been improving, and their census of COVID patients is going down, and they've got plenty of capacity. They're starting to do elective procedures again, and it just seems like a lot of improvement has been made. And me personally, I'm starting to get more comfortable with where we're at, so that we've got to focus on opening these businesses up again in a way that is safe and give them some guidance, because there's a lot of businesses out there that want to do exactly that, and they see other businesses just flat out flaunting the rules and illegally reopening. So we've got to find a way to get things moving locally in the South Bay. So I think tomorrow's conference is going to venture with the other mayors into these other businesses and the restaurants, that sort of thing. How do we start opening up collectively? Try not to do it individually, so that we can do this sooner rather than later. And I think we work with the county because we're following their orders, as is most of the other cities are following their orders. And so the sooner we can get these businesses back up and running, the better. The other issue is the mask issue. It's kind of turned into some sort of weird cultural war where, some people are so adamant about wearing them and other people are adamant about not wearing them. And I would just encourage everybody to, first, if you're in an area that's not safe, to be wearing a mask or leave. Certainly there's already guidelines in place where you have to wear a mask in grocery stores and things like that in close quarters. City of LA, if you go outside, you have to have a mask on. We don't have that here. That doesn't mean that people shouldn't wear them when they're walking somewhere where there's going to be a lot of people around, or you may not be able to properly social distance. I was in LA a week ago, and I'd say 80% of the people had masks on. I came to the South Bay in half an hour, and 80% did not have masks on. So it's location specific. But at the same token, I just think people should be respectful of others and consider that, even if you don't like wearing a mask, that you should consider it anyway for the health and safety of others and yourself. So, we're looking at trying to reopen as quick as possible, but safely. It looks like we need some cleanup items, I think, from our last direction to reopen the Esplanade on the west side after Memorial Day. I think it would make sense to also reopen the southern parking lot. I think we actually did have that in the order or in the direction, but we did not address the north parking lot adjacent to the City of Hermosa Beach and the C-Lab. It seems to me if we're opening up the parking lots adjacent to on the Esplanade and the south parking lot, we should also be opening that north parking lot. We need to get moving and stop focusing on the beaches as much and focus more on how we're going to get these businesses back up. And each one is individual, and we've gotten some good plans from some of the business owners, and we need to take a hard look at those and work with the county. And I think that's going to get started tomorrow, actually. So, with that, I'll take comments from Councilmember Nairnhut.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. So first thing I'm going to say is those plastic barriers along Esplanade have worked fantastic. Everyone has appreciated those barriers. The public has been using that space to walk and run up and down. I wish I had the photos with me, but it was a virtual parade of cars on the west side of the Esplanade. And with no parking, it made things much easier for people to walk and give space to everyone. And I'm really, really glad we didn't have parking available there on that side. It wouldn't have been very good at all. Riviera Village, before I go there too much, Mr. Wazanski, I just want to verify with you and make sure that the business employees, the amount of business parking permits that are available, they are currently still available, correct?
I believe so. I know the chief is looking into the count, and we can confirm that for you when we have it. But we were going to continue to sell them.
Right.
We had a backlog. It was first come, first served, but I believe we still had available acquisition.
That's okay, good. Because I one of the businesses brought up a great point today when I gave him the TUP that, if we use our parking spots, then our employees need parking, and they wanted to buy some permits. And I was like, yep, that's a very good point. We need to make sure that those are available for you guys.
Yeah, and you'll recall, from our perspective, the more the merrier. It was really initially the concern being for the purchasers themselves. If we overextend the program, there's not a lot of spaces available. But if we're hearing from the businesses that they would like more, we're happy to oblige.
Right. When it comes to the restaurants down the village, I just kind of want to remind the general public out there that if you see something regarding a business and you think it's not legitimate what's going on, just call the business up. Talk to the manager, say, hey, I see something that's going on. I don't feel it's right. Can you change something? This is what I'm not comfortable with. And they'll talk to you about the guidelines and how they're following the guidelines. if it comes to the city, it goes police department then goes and talks to the city attorney, and city attorney will further move that forward as they have, those complaints, if there is a complaint. And, there's other ways people can complain to other agencies, and when you do that, you start putting the focus on the village. I saw a lot of comments online about many different businesses up and down PCH and in the village. People, a lot of different businesses, and I just want to remind everyone that when you start targeting everyone and you start then you don't be proactive and call the business itself, you invariably might shine a light somewhere that is not going to be going good for the entire businesses, restaurants down in the village and in Redondo. There were 4 businesses in Redondo that were shut down this weekend, and 1 or 2 in Hermosa. And for restaurants, that's very detrimental. They've got stocks of food and employees, and it's tough for them. And none of these businesses are making any money. So, my voice here is to tell everyone, if you see something that you're not comfortable with, pick up the phone, call the business and talk to the manager and go from there. Don't turn it into a, social media frenzy. That's what I recommend. The beaches was, like Mayor Brand said, it was great. There was no enforcement done by the lifeguards. They were directed not to do any enforcement. Enforcement is all done by the local jurisdictional area. I had some comments regarding Torrance. I'm glad to hear that Redondo was out. Got a couple of complaints about Redondo PD. Good complaints, actually, that they were using their bullhorn in telling people. That's actually good, that they're actually going out there informing and telling people what's going on. So other than that, from my side, I think this last week has gone well. I think the county is tepidly moving forward. I'm not sure what it's going to be for the restaurants, but my next step for the village is to have the Riviera bid have an approved plan, like they already do, for the first Fridays, and parlay that plan over into a closure of Catalina between Avenida del Norte and Vista Del Mar on Catalina. So essentially from Rockefeller and Riviera House to the end where Hamid has his business, Turquoise, and then on the other side there where the real estate company is, so the other side of Vista Del Mar, all the way to South Alena in front of L&L Barbecue. I know First Friday they have a plan they've already incorporated, and having the bid pay for that and manage that would be great. I think it would be a great idea for them to do that, create some open space as we can, and have that plan ready to go. The other thing is the Veterans Park, what do you call it? The Veterans Park Farmers Market. I'd like to have that open. Let's see, today's the 19th. I don't think we included that. Next week, Thursday, as far as I remember, it's no real staff personnel. There's a plan ready to go. We just do it on the road there by George Freeth Way, and it shouldn't be too much of a problem. So I'd love to make a motion, actually, to continue the current barriers along the Esplanade, keeping the parking along the Esplanade closed, both along the Esplanade itself on the west side and the parking lot in the end, until the first week first week of June. I take it back, until mid-June, and we can always, if we want to take it down earlier, we can. Direct staff to work with the Riviera Business Improvement District to approve the closure of Catalina from Avenida del Norte to Vista Del Mar, and then from Vista Del Mar to South Alena, so 2 separate block closures allowing the vehicles to travel through, and allow the bid to be in control and pay for the closure. Direct the farmers market to be open at Veterans Park by next week, Thursday. And I believe, Mayor, what did you say on the north parking lot to keep that closed? To refresh my memory on Harbor Drive.
Well, since, look, the last order that we gave the council voted last time to open up the Esplanade parking the Tuesday after Memorial Day, and the south parking lot as well. So all I was saying is, if you're going to open that up, you might as well open the north parking lot as well, the Tuesday after Memorial Day. So,
I'd like to keep it closed for now, actually, because I don't want to ruin a good thing.
the barriers are certainly working. That was my initial idea to begin with, and it worked like a charm, frankly. And it took the load off our police enforcement. They didn't have to sweep through there periodically, and it worked out great. So
the residents of the Esplanade and the people that were there were highly appreciative. I've heard nothing but good things regarding those barriers. It was a great idea, Mayor. I'm glad we had those there. It was highly appreciated. Like I said, I wish I had pictures in front of me right here. I'd show it. But a line of cars on the west side driving down the street, and then people walking and using the street area behind the barriers in a safe manner. So,
guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. I received a message that the internet video is down.
And
it's the YouTube's working. I know that.
Yeah, and then I believe I received the same email, and there's a subsequent one that he corrected and said it can still be found. I think that second email came in at 10:36. So the first one was 10:30, the other one was 10:36, and I sent a response to him just verifying it still is operating.
Yeah, it's not on the page. So, all right, thank you, Mike.
So that would be my my motion for now. Willing to be open for amendments. So to recap real quick, continue the barriers along the Esplanade until mid-June. Keep the parking lot along the west side closed, as well as the parking lot closed until mid-June. Direct staff to work with the bid to close the Catalina between Avenida del Norte, Vista Del Mar, and then Vista Del Mar to South Helena. Have the bid be in control and pay for the closure. And keep the north parking lot closed and open the Veterans Park Farmers Market next week, Thursday, the 28th.
You say mid-June. I think it's best to give a date. Mid-June is like
so
2-week period. So,
let's say June 10th, because at that point in time we have our second council meeting.
Okay, and we can open it sooner if people decide to. So
okay, I'll second that.
Before you take a vote, we do have e-comments submitted. We also have.
We got a lot of hands up here, and we got some e-comments. So let me go through the council at once, and then we'll take the e-comments, and then there'll probably be more. So are you done, Councilmember Narenhart?
I am done. Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. I have some questions, and I'll just say off the bat, I'm not going to support that motion because we came to a compromise last week, and so I'm going to stick with the compromise that we made, especially as it relates to parking. I get a lot of questions actually about why we didn't open the parking along Esplanade. So, and maybe that's just the North Redondo thing versus a South Redondo. But anyways, let me start with, can I start with Jacqueline? Hey, on your, I just wanted to go back to the chart you showed, the graph that had the, it's not the attack rate, but it's, I guess, just the rate of cases in the South Bay. Was that it?
Mm-hmm. You want me to share?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you've shown us this chart multiple times, in the past month or so. And what strikes me is it could appear that it's flat. I mean, Hermosa and Manhattan are a bit more flat, but Redondo is still going up slightly. I mean, it's not completely flat. Torrance is really going up, so my question is, the yellow, I guess, is the median that includes Torrance, right?
No, the yellow is actually just for the beach cities as a whole.
but are you including Torrance as a?
Sorry, no, it's Hermosa, Manhattan, and Redondo only.
Okay, so, you know, it's just still concerning to me that we're still trending up, even though slightly we're trending up with all the things that we've done. And so now as we're starting to loosen, which, you know, and relax things, that's great. But what's unfortunate is we're not going to really see what does that mean until about another 4 weeks from now, you know. So I would much prefer clearly to see a precipitous drop-off on this, you know, as opposed to this kind of incremental growth that we're still seeing. That's just me personally. So I hope, you know, to the comments Mayor Brand was making earlier, I realized that this whole face covering mask thing has become quite an issue for people out there, and it's either you're either wearing a mask or you're not, you know, and but you know, if we're going to relax things, I really hope and recommend that people are just cautious and careful, and they either wear a mask when they're out or they stay away if they don't feel comfortable, like one of my colleagues mentioned. And you know, I think it might be helpful too, Jacqueline, this is just me, you know, I know that the beach cities have had way better numbers, you know, in some of the hill cities as well, than the rest of the South Bay. But our South Bay area, you know, includes Inglewood, Hawthorne, Carson, and these are cities with large amounts of people, you know, getting infection, you know, still growing numbers. It's also important, I think, to have, you know, what is the attack rate in each city, you know, versus just the accumulated rate of infection, because that will definitely have a provide more insight on how serious it can be or is in a particular municipality. Anyways, that's just my thought. But I appreciate you sharing the chart. I just do you guys. And, you know, this could be a question, I guess, more for somebody like Dr. Kim, but, you know, when you see that trend and it's still going up, you know, is that concerning to you at all, or to the individuals that you're speaking with at, you know, the Department of Public Health? You know, what's the take on that?
Yeah, our take, and Dr. Kim, I believe, would agree with me, is that it's concerning, and we think that it's too early to be easing a lot of these restrictions, but you have the economic sustainability issue. And so what that's caused us to do at the health district is really focus on the vulnerable population, where we're moving more into an adaptation sort of mindset, where we're really going to be focusing on the vulnerable population. So I think this is why I think there's conflicting messages and concerns from county is that just from a straight health standpoint, it's probably too early in Los Angeles County to be reopening. But economically, as we've heard, we have the reality of that's not sustainable. And so that's causing us to focus on people that are more vulnerable. So we're rolling out a meal program. So you'll see notice of that. And so we're really going to be continuing to focus on the message, but really focusing on the vulnerable population and really getting the message out about masks. You know, the county direction on masks is if you go out and you think you're going to encounter another person, you should have a mask. So that's their message, just so we're all clear about that. So long story short, we think we're taking away our best tool a little early, and so we're going to ramp up our other tools.
Tom, so let's just say that, you know, we continue. There's a lot of push clearly to reopen businesses. Aside from working with the vulnerable, is the health district within the 3 beach cities that it provides services to? I mean, you have clear relationships with a lot of businesses as a result of blue zones and stuff, but are you trying to help business? We've been talking a lot about like being proactive, right? Like if we're going to reopen businesses, how are we going to do it? What can the city do to get out of the way, but also create a safe environment? Are you guys in some ways also coming up with protocols or recommendations for different types of businesses for if they do reopen, how could they do that in a way that that would be safer, you know, if you will?
Yes, we are. We're meeting weekly with the presidents of the three chambers. We assisted with the survey that you saw a week or two ago, and so we are providing that resource and assisting them with their plans and making sure that they have plans that will attract people to their business, because I don't know that opening businesses will necessarily translate to increased revenue. What will translate to increased revenue is people going to those businesses, and that's the consumer confidence side of things. And so I think we all sort of know maybe which businesses we might be going to and which ones we might not be going to based upon our experience in the last couple of months. And we're going to be working with all businesses so that they're creating a safe environment for people to come back. And so we're going to be a resource to them, whether it's with PPE, with equipment, and procedures and plans, so that when they're open, they are successful and that people will come visit them.
Okay.
And be safe.
Thank you. I will say I agree with the comment that Councilmember Narenheim made, and you know, if you see a restaurant or somebody that is not practicing social distancing or their workers aren't wearing masks, just call their management team. I advised a resident to do that the other day with one of our businesses. I think it's the best way to kind of make them more accountable to the people who are potentially, you know, using them. So, all right, my next question, and these questions might be for Brandy, I guess, but Mike or Joe or Stephen, they could easily go to you. But so back to the questions of, you know, we've been talking about trying to be proactive and ready for when potential change orders come or loosening of restrictions come from county related to businesses. So Councilmember Narenheim just made a motion to direct the opening, the closing of Catalina Boulevard, but we don't have any orders from county yet as it relates to restaurants. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. We do not have a clarification from the county or permission to allow for outdoor service of food, either on the sidewalk or in the right-of-way or in a private parking lot. One, in addition to Beach Cities Health District providing a resource to businesses, we also have our waterfront and development department. So Stephen Proud, he and his staff have been taking some calls from area businesses. Not that we're developing those protocols, but we're making sure that the best of it from the county is in the hands of the business. So Stephen, if you want to kind of share some of the conversations you've had.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Joe. And Councilmember Horvath, you know, to answer your question directly, the county has not lifted the order for dine-in options for restaurants. The county order that was issued on May 13th keeps the limitation on restaurants to the delivery and takeout options. And so that remains in effect. We haven't heard, and there hasn't been any signal from the county yet as to when that restriction may be lifted. What we did do late last week, I think it was on Thursday last week, was make sure, Councilmember MD had sent this around, we resent again the guidance that the state has issued for dine-in establishments. And it's very good. It provides a whole laundry list of things that dine-in establishments can do to start to prepare themselves to be ready to open when the county finally does provide the green light to those establishments. And so we provided that to all of the various business associations, the Chamber, the RVA, the NRBBA, asked that to distribute that to their membership along with the current county order. We sent that out to all of the peer establishments and subtenants out at the pier, our direct lessees. So we're trying to get the word out far and wide that two things. One, the city is taking the lead of the county on the reopening process. I know there's a lot of
folks out there who believe that the city is what's holding the reopening process back, and we're first trying to dispel that myth and say that this is really a county-driven process. The county ultimately provides the guidance. So in some ways, you can start to get ready, but until you know exactly what the protocols will be for the various businesses as they are established by the county, it's a little bit difficult. But as we get those, we send them out. We try to help folks who are unsure as to how the county order relates to them, provide them some guidance on the sections of the order they should be looking at and they should follow. So we're trying to do outreach. We're trying to help the businesses get prepared. And ultimately, when we finally do get a word from the county as to specific opening times and protocols, we're trying to push that information out to the local businesses. I know today the county, I was just reading some of the headlines, the county is now targeting July 4th as the opening date. But we don't know what that means. Which businesses may or may not be able to open earlier than that date, and what kinds of restrictions would be in place as those businesses are allowed to reopen. So it's a little confusing. There's state guidance, there's county guidance, and so we're doing our best to try to help the local business community decipher what types of information they should be using as they prepare for opening.
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head, and we talked about last week. It's extremely confusing for everyone.
So, Councilman Horvath, if I may, I didn't hear Councilman Ehrenheim's motion to open. I took it, and I could be wrong, as to prepare along the lines of what we did based on the council's direction with the temporary use permit. So we've come up with a process. We haven't implemented it because we can't, because it's illegal under county orders. But we have it ready to go and bring back to you, and you could then take official action, perhaps waive the fee for it, as Brandy has recommended. We had initial discussions about street closures, but we'd have to bring in, as Brandy's indicated, other divisions of the city, and we specifically didn't because that was specifically not part of the motion. And so the way I understood the motion, you'd be giving us direction to start officially working on that, all departments of the city, so that we could present to you a temporary, a draft plan of, okay, here's what we would need to do. Here are the other, permissions that we'd have to get from it. So that's the way I heard the motion. And the only difference is it's not going to open until, as you correctly said, the county gives us permission. The question is, do we start then to look at it, which will take some time, or do you want us now with all the different demands, is that high enough of a priority that you want us working into it in advance so we won't be further cause of delay once they open up?
Sorry, I misunderstood it because I thought we were already kind of proactively trying to figure out how we could potentially do that, especially in the village. Because when we talked about temporary permits, we were talking about street side permits, private parking lot permits. We
were talking about the temporary use permits, which is very specific to private property. So if a business, a restaurant has a parking lot, it would be or some other outdoor space that they could utilize that on their property. So that's what is in the realm of community development. When we're start talking about the right-of-ways and things like that, then we're bringing in other departments. And then to Councilmember Nierenheim's point of, possibly having the bid be, coordinating, is this a special event, or is it a special event every day for the next however many months? Those are the things that, the questions that Mr. Webb has mentioned is, we have to look at a lot of things. The Coastal Commission, who's going to, ABC, and what are they permitting, and do they permit that if it's takeout? And, if it's going to be where restaurants are actually serving out in that space, what are the liabilities? And who's going to be busing the furniture and making sure that that's sanitized? There's so much that goes into it that has to be evaluated for liability purposes and really that safety and protection of people's health, that looking at that up front is important, but that was not the direction we agreed 2 weeks ago. Was let's focus on the TUPs, and then we can come back and talk about Catalina.
I appreciate that, because my questions for you, Brandy, were could you provide an update on the Riviera Village? Because I sent you like that documentation today from ABC, and I wanted to know, have we talked to the Coastal Commission about relaxing parking standards, and like where were we on the potential idea of shutting it down? So I'm
Still waiting for council direction.
This is where
I could support that portion of the motion because I thought we were already doing it. But Brandy, so with that in mind, so then you haven't actually started like talking to Coastal or ABC just to kind of wrap your head around like what does that look like?
No, the most that I've done is, looked at because it's something that I've just seen in the last couple of days that ABC is now having this special temporary catering permit. But I don't know the details of that and the legal side of things. I think that there's a lot more, with Coastal Commission, I have not reached out to them because I didn't know what are we looking at. If we're looking at a particular area, are we looking at it's going to be, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, or is it going to be every night? Is it going to be every day from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.? Those are the things that we want to have a little bit more of an idea of what you're looking at because closing it down 24/7 for the next, 2 to 3 months. Maybe something different, something that Coastal Commission will look at differently than they would if it's, say, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, for that time period.
Let me interrupt just for a second. I talked to the Deputy Director of the Coastal Commission in our area, Steve Hudson, and they're allowing the cities to prioritize public health over public access ultimately. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. So that everybody understands and everybody talks about the Coastal Commission.
I think that's interesting, but looking at the letter that they had was actually geared towards, where the executive director had sent out when beach closures were the discussion, it really was on that, on the waterfront itself. So that, those are the things that we just need to see if they have any more clarification. It's good to hear that that's what they want to prioritize. I just don't know what the process would be if we have to apply for the waiver in advance or what special events permits, if that's something that's an exemption from having to, get approval from Coastal. I don't know those details.
Okay, thanks. And then back to Stephen for my last question, which was back last week we talked about we had been petitioning or we were trying to have conversations with the county related to the pier. So far they had just kind of blanket closed all piers and we're not giving the Redondo pier any unique or special consideration. I'm just wondering if you have any updates on that and then in relation to lots of the letters and stuff we received last week, has the Pier Association, Mr. Kanich, anybody from Internet, has anybody reached out to just kind of talk about what does an eventual reopening of the pier and or how do those restaurants there function in the same way that we're kind of talking about, the Riviera Village as a potential, walk street for restaurants to open? Have you had started to have those conversations or no?
We started to have some of those conversations, starting with the first question you raised about the pier opening. So, we see that as ultimately being tied into probably some of the conversations that are happening around the beach openings. So the county order is very specific that says, public piers are still to remain closed. Now, we may end up in a situation where we have an odd event where the pier is opened, but dine-in restaurants have not yet been allowed to be open. It could be that we could have the reverse. We could have a situation where the county starts to allow some limited dine-in restaurant options, but still keeps public piers closed. So we'll have to kind of cross that. Hopefully that will all happen simultaneously, but we could have a bit of a mismatch on that front. We have started talking in our office about what types of public spaces we have at the pier and what might lend themselves to opportunities for restaurants to do some outside dining opportunities. Unlike the streets or the sidewalks where maybe if you're closing those and you have a little more public space, if the pier is open, we will need to keep that traffic opportunities available for people to still be able to flow and maintain appropriate social distancing. One of the things we were talking about this morning was, could we utilize the old Octagon space as maybe an outdoor dining area where people could grab food. The tables might be a little more spaced further apart, and they could take the food to that location. So it would be a takeout type service, but the place you would be dining would still be down at the pier, where we have a little more opportunity to put some tables and chairs in those spaces. So we're starting to think about how we can use those spaces to help accommodate the pier itself. There is still a misconception that, all the restaurants on the pier are closed. They can be open for takeout service, and we are encouraging them to do that. I recognize that they have a more difficult geographic challenge than a place like the Village does. But there seems to be some ideas floating around there that somehow we're preventing certain businesses from being open and allowing others to go ahead and move forward. That's not the case. Any food establishment down there can be open today. But to more to your point, we are starting to think about those kinds of things for the reopening. The Pier Association is talking about those things as well. So we're reaching out, we're disseminating information to all the pier merchants, and frankly, we get some good feedback. Sometimes someone will say, hey, have you thought about this? This might be a way that we could start to, move some of the traffic in a little bit of a different manner that would allow us to have some opportunities for some spaces. So we're looking at some of those things right now, Council Member.
Awesome. Thank you. That's all I have.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Grant.
And just a quick question for Jacqueline, just about some numbers real quick. So the numbers that you had, the graph that you had up when Mr. Horvath asked, the yellow line, if you will, is that a number that is ever going to go down as people become, they've gone through their 14-day period where they were positive and they've kind of gone through that? Do those numbers ever come off there as well?
No, that's a cumulative case rate. I think it's hard for the county to track current cases. Just for your point, it's hard to know when they've recovered. But that's a cumulative case rate of how many cases there have been in each jurisdiction.
Okay. So let me get this straight then, because I follow the numbers. The county sends out a report or a news release almost every 2 or 3 days or so. I've been watching those, and I post them, and I do a lot of those things. And I saw it was at 28, and then it was at 36, and then it was 42, and all those. Those don't ever come off. So those people may have already gone through it. They're no longer contagious, if you will, or at least they're on the other side of being positive, correct?
Correct.
So,
yeah, you could think of it like a running total of anybody who's ever been gotten a positive test.
Okay. And with regards to that, I know that immunity has a whole bunch of different issues, and one of the things about immunity is, will we be immune for the rest of our lives, or will it only be for a short term, and all that sort of thing. So when we see that these numbers are starting to flatten out, does that mean that we've got less people that technically have COVID-19 right now, or have tested positive, because we have people falling off the back end? And I'm just...
Yeah, I think that if the numbers are flat in the air, if the numbers are flat, it could be an indication of that. I think it's also helpful to look at the countywide data as well in terms of the new cases that are happening every day. I think that more of those regional numbers might help to tell the story of what's happening in terms of how many people have it. Obviously, the other side of that is that it's only as good as how many people we're testing. And so naturally, the more capacity that you have, the more positive tests you're going to get. And that's why the governor is zeroed in on looking at that positivity rate as a good indicator of some of that change over time.
All right, so let me see if I can translate what you just said. So if that's just our cumulative number and it's starting to just kind of maintain. It means that we don't have a lot more new infections, which means that we also have less people starting to come off. Are you ever going to be able to see that line go down then, or does it just go straight across?
So if it was a chart that gave you the daily new number of cases, then you could expect to see something like a normal epidemiological curve. This chart that we're talking about is just a cumulative rate. So you're more looking at the slope of the lines so you're not going to expect it to go down because it is a cumulative rate. So you're right there.
Okay. The reason I say that is that, it looks a little daunting when you start to see this number going up. We're going up at a certain rate, and that's the positivity rate that you're talking about, right? Is that when someone goes in, gets a test, I think you had 3.78 or something percent. So that means that when a grocery worker goes in, a restaurant worker goes in, a hospital person goes in, whoever goes, as well as the folks over 65 and all, out of 100 people that are going in, 3.78 people are getting sick or are testing positive. Again, the reliancy of the test notwithstanding, but at least we're seeing that number. So that's kind of what we're talking about. Okay, thank you. I'm a numbers person. I like to know really what we're looking at, and that again, I'm very pleased to see that number's been starting to flatten out quite a bit, but we're not there yet. So as I said, I do take a step approach and a very, I think Tommy said it best last time that we spoke, a methodical, very thoughtful, slow opening is probably best for us. So, but thank you. And that's all I had. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Grand. City Manager Joe Hefkin, and after that, I'll go see if there's any public comments. Joe.
Yeah, just wanted to call on John LaRock to talk a little bit about the farmers market. He gave direction to open the city's market kind of as soon as we could. A little concerned about having a hard, fast date on that, so I wanted to check in with John for that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. John LaRock, Community Services Department. Just to give you an update on our progress, we have met with the Public Works Department down at Freeth Way and have come up with our plan to open a hardened market as per the county guidelines. So what I would say is we'll make best efforts for the 28th, but if not the 28th, based on either our readiness and or the availability of the vendors to reassemble and come down within a holiday week, we'll definitely shoot for June 4th, but best efforts for the 28th. I just wanted to make that mention so that we weren't violating the motion with a hard May 28th date. Thank you.
Okay, is that it, Joe? All right, are there any comments from the public, Eleanor, about this item 01? I believe there were.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have Vicky disclose that.
We did receive 7 new comments in e-comment. Shall I read those first?
Yes, please.
Okay. Just refresh my screen. Okay, here we go. From Anthony Trutanich. I noticed that Manhattan Beach is not following the 5-city agreement and have opened their beach parking lots. My question, since we are locked into a 5-year partnership, I'm wondering if let's say Hermosa Beach residents decide to not follow the COVID orders and they invade the beaches while Redondo Beach follows the orders, will Redondo and the other 4 cities be punished along with Hermosa Beach because of our all for one, one for all attitude? Next comment. I'm going to go down and work my way up. Okay. The next comment is from Karen Brandhorst. As a board member of the 10,000 Villages nonprofit retail store and a Redondo Beach resident, I would like to voice concern for all of the non-essential businesses in Riviera Village. A vibrant and thriving Riviera Village is reliant on a mix of businesses: restaurants, retail stores, galleries, and professional offices. This proposal seems to consider only the restaurants. While restaurants were never forced to fully close, our retail store has lost 2 months of sales from COVID closure. Our only allowed revenue source as of May 8th is curbside pickup. However, if Catalina Avenue is closed to traffic, we and other non-restaurant businesses will be denied the curbside parking that we desperately need for our customers and clients. The Triangle parking lot and the small lot at the Palos Verdes Boulevard end of Catalina don't provide enough spaces to make up for the parking that would be eliminated by a total street closure. One compromise solution might be to utilize the sidewalk and parking spaces in front of each restaurant to provide an outdoor dining area for that restaurant. However, from the Rebel Republic pilot, we know that would require sturdy barricades to protect diners from vehicles. It would be impractical and expensive to erect these barricades for only a portion of each day. Another compromise would be to close the street only on certain days and between specific hours. If a temporary street closure for outdoor dining began at 5 or 6 p.m., it would minimize the impact on the other businesses. I would not support a permanent closure of Catalina Avenue to create a promenade for the reasons cited above, as well as the impact on traffic in the area. The next e-comment is from Wayne Craig, titled Select Code Enforcement in Riviera Village. Last Friday and Saturday evening, 2 of the 22 restaurants in Riviera Village flagrantly disobeyed the city manager's orders regulating takeout food service. On Friday, 5/15, at 6:30 p.m., HT Grill in Riviera Village had nearly 30 people packed in close proximity, drinking on the patio, most not wearing masks, and many were hugging each other. It appeared to be a full-blown happy hour party. According to witnesses, RBPD was called, and one even noted a patrol vehicle parked across the street that saw this taking place. Nothing was done, and the activity was allowed to continue. On Saturday, 5/16 at 5:30 p.m., Rebel Republic had at least 10 patrons ordering drinks served in glasses handed to them by bartenders. They clearly were not picking up takeout food or takeout drink orders in close proximity, and most were not wearing masks. RBPD was also called at 5:45 p.m., and from what witnesses reported, never showed up. Why are these 2 restaurants given a pass when others across the city aren't? I'm sure City Manager Hefkin will come up with some convoluted reason saying that they have no authority. In the case of Rebel Republic, you do as the city owns this patio and leases it, so you have to say on this behavior. You do have a say on this behavior, pardon me. Before City Manager Hefkin now questions if anyone called PD or some other lame excuse they did. Witnesses have posted this all over social media, so check the police call logs on Friday at 6:35 p.m. and Saturday at 5:45 p.m. City code enforcement is under the control of City Manager Joe Hefkin and City Attorney Mike Webb. Both are aware of these violations, and it appears to others they have specifically chosen to not do anything when it involves any establishment owned by Paul Hennessy. That is not fair to all the other businesses in the Riviera Village or in Redondo Beach. The legal term of having a rule or law that you only apply to some and not all is biased or corrupt. In a biased or corrupt manner is called selective enforcement. It's usually considered legal abuse and a threat to the rule of law. Please follow the rule of law, and if you need pictures proving this behavior, they are all over social media and time-stamped. The next communication is from Mark Ford. I believe some streets in Riviera Village could be closed in the evenings to allow dining tables to be set up with social distancing. Restaurants and bars could then resume some level of table service. The next communication is from Jeff Ginsburg. This morning, we had our Riviera Village Association board meeting. The RVA submitted a blue folder item requesting the mayor and city council consider approving the Riviera Village Association to barricade streets within the Riviera Village to allow businesses within the BID to safely offer outdoor shopping, dining/beverage service with tables separated by at least 6 feet to comply with social distancing recommendations, subject to higher state/county emergency orders allowing for it. The reason the RVA is requesting the mayor council approves this today is so when county restrictions are eased, then the RVA can get started with this rather get started with this rather than waiting weeks requesting approvals after restrictions ease. The faster we can improve things in the village, the better it will be for businesses, residents, and the city. The RVA appreciates all you do and requests your support on this matter. Thank you. Smile emoji. Then we have a communication from Brian Kelleher. On behalf of the Hook and Plow Restaurant, we support ODOT 1 in approving the Riviera Village Association to barricade streets within the village to allow shopping and dining in a safe outdoor area. We feel it's a great opportunity for small businesses to gradually increase operations once the county gives approval. Most importantly, it will provide a larger area of businesses to operate, which in turn creates a safer atmosphere for patrons to dine and shop in. This will allow for safe social distancing to be more easily accomplished. Safety is ours and should be everyone's first concern. This can be done by allowing for the added space in which to operate. Thanks for your time. The next communication is from Leslie Campeggi. I fully support the orders as listed by the city manager. That said, why are we not enforcing them? For example, the Avenue C stairs are supposed to be closed. Yet they were open and used all weekend long. The only activities allowed on the beach are those that consist of active movement on the sand or in the water. The bike pedestrian path by the sand is only to be used to be crossed to get to the sand or the ocean. But all weekend long, the lower bike pedestrian path was filled with walkers, joggers, and bikes. Sunbathers gathered with umbrellas and easy-ups, with apparently no enforcement, even when police and code enforcement units patrolled by. Masks weren't being worn by everyone as they were within less than 6 feet of others. Whether or not one agrees with these orders is not the point. They're the orders in place that, if not followed and enforced, will lead to Redondo Beach being known as a city where anything goes, in spite of public health orders. The rules apply to everyone, be it while enjoying public space or picking up food or necessities from restaurants and other establishments. Selective enforcement of the rules is injurious to those complying and breeds complacency at a time when we cannot afford to brush off the still unknown risks of COVID-19. There's a reason it's called a pandemic. There's a reason why public health orders are in place. Please ensure the city and its enforcement of measures in place are enacted fully, fairly, and equitably until such time they're no longer needed. That completes the comments from e-comment. There were 21 emails that were received and filed in your blue folder for this item as well.
Okay, thank you. We won't make you read all those. Thank you, Vicki, for doing that, though. Appreciate it. Good job. I guess we'll move to Councilmember Horvath. By the way, I have to say the Manhattan Beach parking lots were not opened. The beach parking lots kind of agreed to by the beach cities mayors were to remain closed. The county has kept their parking lots closed. Just wanted to clarify that. So, Councilmember Horvath.
Let me ask you a quick question then, Mr. Mayor. You mentioned wanting to open up the Harbor Gateway parking lot. So are you saying no now, that the parking lots? I thought we had talked about the parking lot staying closed at this time, but are you thinking that they should continue to stay closed?
Well, it's difficult to say exactly. Each city has, well, I shouldn't say that. Some cities have lots they control, others do not. And so as things progress, I think you see, the beach cities mayors are trying to do things that are not only consistent with each other, but are, sensitive to their own situation. So there was a compromise at the last meeting to open up the Esplanade parking Tuesday after Memorial Day. We don't have to stick to that. At the time, I should have pointed out that was not consistent with what the beach cities mayors had agreed to. However, it was voted on and compromised, and in the meetings, relaying what we're going to do. So, and I think other cities are, assessing this as time progresses. So, yeah, I mean, I was in favor of opening the north lot if we were going to open up the Esplanade and the south lot. I really didn't see a difference between the two. I'll take some of the heat off of Redondo. We're getting a lot of complaints about the Redondo side of Redondo Avenue and the parking and partying that's going on over there. So, yeah, if last Tuesday's compromise was going to stand, basically all I was saying is you might as well open up the north parking lot next to the Gateway Park that we have.
Okay.
To clarify, but look, you know, you guys can give me some recommendations. I'm meeting with them tomorrow at 3 o'clock. So it's a good opportunity for me to pass along what the council would like to see and what we vote on. I'll certainly be passing along. I mean, we're all in this together. So whatever your ideas are, I'm happy to pass along. And with the caveat that you're going to see some cities start to do some things on their own.
Sure. Okay, so I was just going to make a substitute motion to continue the orders that we did from last week related to parking along the Esplanade, opening up Tuesday after Memorial Day. I'll add in the Harbor Gateway parking lot for Mayor Brand's recommendation to be added to that. I would continue the direction we gave related to the Veterans Park farmers market, because it sounds like they are going to try to hit the next Thursday, the 28th, but at the very least they would hit June 4th. So they're clearly working on that and developing plans. So I don't see the need to give them that definitive date of the 28th if they're trying to hit it already anyways. And then I would also just add into that the same language that Councilmember Narenheim had in his motion related to the Riviera Village closures, and keep all his language the same for that aspect.
Which was to close Catalina between.
Which is to start studying the closure. He listed specific streets and gave parameters as to that and working with the bid. So I wouldn't change any of what he said there.
Let me make a suggestion about Veterans Park parking lot. I would say that you should open up that Veterans parking lot. It clarifies some issues for the farmers market for that Thursday. Just for the Thursdays for now. I think Veterans Park parking is very sensitive on the weekend. I think it will get extremely crowded, and that might be something you want to avoid. But for Thursdays, you may want to just say open it up for Thursdays.
Maybe John should weigh in. I thought I heard him say something about using George Freeth Way and not opening up the parking lot, but I could have misheard him.
Yeah, I'm talking to people. I mean, a lot of people drive to the farmers market, and so if they don't have anywhere to park, they won't be driving, and that'll hurt the vendors. So I was just suggesting for that one day. So anyway, John, what's your?
Good evening, John LaRock, Community Services Department. Just to clarify, our activation space for the farmers market will be George Freeth Way only initially. We will only be using the parking lot at Veterans Park as the queuing area for those waiting to enter the market on a regulated basis, distance at 6-foot intervals. We need a long queuing area to, safely arrange everybody waiting to come into the market. So other than that, that parking lot would be available for either a half or a full day opening to support the farmers market. Again, it's just, that's the typical scenario. So it really doesn't give us an additional safety consideration to make. It would just be a matter of that, as you said, that policy call to activate it to support the market hours only, which would technically be 8 to 1 on Thursdays.
It sounds like operationally that would be easiest for you to come in and open up George Freeth Way to the vendors, open up Veterans parking lot, and then once the market's closed, close it all back up.
Provided the lot empties. Obviously, we don't have control over that.
Right.
So eventually, we would either need a law enforcement or a grace period or what. But
yeah,
technically, cars can't be in there after 10 o'clock. The park is technically closed, so for farmers market activity only in that lot. But as you know, Mayor, there are a lot of other people who use that lot for various activities or just to enjoy the coastline. So we'll try it, and then we can report back on how that's going.
Okay.
I'll amend my motion to allow John to open up that parking lot halfway or whatever it is he thinks will work to accommodate those attending the farmer's market.
Sounds good. I wouldn't want to see any cars getting towed to somebody happen to park there and go down to the beach and come back and their car's gone.
I'll second that as well.
And can I suggest that Nils read the language so that to make sure I was correct in my understanding of his motion?
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Narenheim.
Direct staff to work with the Riviera bid to approve the closure of Catalina from Avenida El Norte to Vista Del Mar, then Vista Del Mar to South Galena. Have the bid to be in control and pay for the closure. Yeah.
Is that clear?
Can I suggest just work towards, because you'll still need to approve it at once the county allows it.
Well, it's not my motion. I'm just reading you what I had. I had meant this. Yeah.
Well, but he deferred to your motion.
He's incorporated that part of your motion. So, Christian, I would suggest you add that language that we're working towards, or we're preparing for the time we're allowed to do such a thing.
That's fine. I'll amend the language as City Attorney Webb has recommended.
And I'll agree to that.
Okay. I want to remind, the public that the city of Redondo Beach cannot open these restaurants. I mean, people keep telling us to open the restaurants, and dine outside and do all this stuff. I mean, we have to follow the county orders or the state orders, or they're just going to shut them down. It's kind of that simple, and to try to move ahead of them is going to create a lot of problems. So we're trying to work collaboratively to get these things up as fast as possible while still remaining safe. So it's really not the city's decision at this point, and it's certainly not the mayor's. So I just, referring to what our Harbor Director Stephen Proud said, we don't have that flexibility yet, and hopefully they will coincide with opening the piers and the restaurants so that, it's clear what's going on. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
So,
anyway, Councilmember Narenheim, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just want to say I'm not sure, Councilman Horvath, how your motion works with your comments regarding the the numbers that the Beach Cities Health District was showing regarding, and your comment regarding the numbers are actually going slightly up. If we open up the Esplanade, there's only 8 feet of space, and if you take out the 2 feet of space for the parking meters and the light poles and the trash cans and the park benches, you only have about 4 feet of space. So if we were to do that, open up the Esplanade before the county really starts opening up the beaches, which they don't plan on doing anytime soon, it's going to be a disaster for the residents down there. It's going to be a disaster for the people coming down to the Esplanade. They're going to be shoulder to shoulder. I should really try to find that picture right now and show you what it was like. If you want, I'm more than happy to show you the parade of cars, bumper to bumper, not a joke, bumper to bumper of vehicles that were on the west side of the Esplanade on Saturday afternoon. And the amount of people that were in the safe parking area walking down on the asphalt behind the plastic line area. And I myself was walking down the area to keep myself my own distance away from people. It worked out really, really well. So I think we got to be really careful with that, keeping the barriers along the Esplanade there. Be really careful. And I talked to the county health department today because I wanted to know how these closures were happening at these restaurants in the village and other places in Redondo Beach, and I found out a lot about how they get their information. And they also told me about how the state will order if they open things up and allow it to per county, and they fully plan on modifying per county, and they don't see a short-term opening for a lot of these restaurants the way we expect them to be happening. So their idea of opening might be a lot longer. So I think that the Riviera bid having control to move things forward, I think is going to be really important, as well as the retailers, allowing the retailers to spread out and use the Catalina area there. So I know the bid is fully behind that. I think the real big difference here is between your motion, my motion, is the way the bid is going to be approving the working with the city. I want to throw in here the 2-week stints rather than just forever or 1 month at a time. We continually to re-approve it every 2 weeks. That would be amendment to my motion if the seconder would be okay with that. Actually, we're not on my motion, so I can't talk about it anyways. But then the other thing is,
Make a friendly amendment?
Yeah.
so that's all I have for my.
So is that a friendly amendment is what the...
No, it wasn't, because my motion was different on those two items.
But you're talking about the Riviera Village.
Riviera Village and the Esplanade, keeping the Esplanade closed until mid-June.
The Riviera Village is going to have to come back to you because you can't take action on it tonight because your staff has researched what needs to be done. So I think
So then it reduces down to his potential friendly amendment to keep the Esplanade parking the way it is. You keep saying mid-June. We need a date. So
June 10th, after the second meeting in June, that allows us to have it open just after Memorial Day, and then we can come back in the first meeting in June and open it right away if we can, if we need to, or continue it until the following week, because it's going to be one of those things, we can't open it and then come back and close it again. I think that's going to be
so the first meeting in June is June 2nd, so it sounds like your friendly amendment is to keep the Esplanade closed to June 2nd.
No, Jen, after the second meeting in June, which is June 10th.
Okay.
June 9th is the second meeting, I believe.
So that's your friendly amendment. Is the motion maker okay with that, or no?
No, I'm gonna stick with our compromise from last week of next Tuesday. And to answer your point, Councilmember Ehrenheim, yes, I do have concerns, but the reason I was willing to open the Esplanade parking is because, one, it's parallel parking, so it's quite different than a parking lot where cars are, head or tail in, and the ability for people not to be socially distanced getting in and out of cars. I think that long line of traffic that you're seeing is people driving down there to look for parking, and then they probably go off the Esplanade and then park in the Riviera Village or on any one of the avenues, and then walk down to the beach. So I think there's a lot of people who just want to pull up and look at the water and look at the sunset. So these are the comments that I get from individuals, and I don't think, I mean, the reality is that the bad apples, the people who are not going to practice social distancing or not wear masks, that's going to happen regardless, unfortunately. And so we do what we can, and hopefully, to the one commenter's letter, we enforce where we can. We hand out masks. We do what we can to make sure that people are abiding by the county regulations as they are right now, and still get to enjoy some bit of the beach atmosphere for recreational activity.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. There's plenty of parking in the village in the triangle right now, so we're not going to be losing any meter money. They'll be parking in the metered area, so they'll just transfer over that, and then we'll walk through the village and hopefully get some food through the village and areas like that. So I'm pretty adamant about it, because the people on the Esplanade are very, very much negatively impacted by having so many people walk so close to them, and they need some space. They have a right to have that space, that safety space. So I'm going to respectfully disagree with you. I hear all the time. Everyone's been very happy with the way it went this weekend. I got to stick up for my district on those my residents down there on that one. So sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I'd have to agree with Councilmember Nierenheim. A lot of people that go down there are much more comfortable now with the way it is. And once you start allowing parking on the west side of the Esplanade, let's not kid ourselves. It's going to be like it was March 20th, the first nice summer weekend. No question. I don't need to read emails. I've been going down there my whole life. We saw what happened. We know what's going to happen. It's been going on for, I don't know, since I've been going down there since 1966. And that is what's going to happen. So, and the residents are going to feel less safe. And I would give it another couple of weeks. I really would. You said Councilmember Horvath last time you defer to his district, and I would. I think you'd have a lot of support from the residents in District 1 to keep that closed. That's my sense. But see what happens. Lot changes every week, and so anyway, sounds like he's not going to accept the friendly amendment. And you still have your hand up, Nils. Anything else?
No, that is it.
Okay, City Attorney Mike Webb, did you mean to have your hand up?
Yes, I did. I just wanted to briefly address one of the comments during,
Sure.
As you know, the comment was completely unfounded and false.
Which comment are we talking about?
About that we favored, one, code enforcement doesn't work for me, and two, we didn't favor restaurants where Paul Hennessy has an ownership stake. As you know, you emailed a number of us about after 10 and passed along those photos. The officers had gone out Friday night in response to an anonymous complaint where the person refused to give his or her name. And they went out both Friday and Saturday. The police chief, we had several discussions. I received a little just before 8 o'clock on Saturday night, the report. I reviewed it just before 9 o'clock. I asked Joy Apakine, our quality of life prosecutor, to call me. The report referred to 4 restaurants where there had been complaints. And she, just before 10 o'clock, forwarded the 2 pictures of HD Grill that you forwarded, and one of Rebel Republic, which are the ones that made their way onto social media, to County Health. She has developed a good rapport with them, and they agreed to come out on Sunday afternoon. You referred, passed on a complaint from a resident about Shade Hotel at 11:38, and within 10 minutes, I had communicated to her, and she had reached out to County Health. And so, in fact, County Health inspected all 5 restaurants, and County Health made the determination to shut down 3, not shut down 1, and the other is like on a watch list. The statements were completely baseless, as you know from our separate comments. And as Councilman Nierenheim, sometimes when people make complaints, there are unintended consequences of enforcement. And so I think, as he mentioned, the process is the police investigate and move it on to us, and then we move it forward. So I just wanted to address that because it was false, frankly, a little bit libelous, and just not at all consistent with the facts. Thank you.
Councilmember MD.
We're about to vote on the 2 different motions. Can I get clarifications? What exactly is the difference between your motion and what are the different points? Because you kind of done a little bit of more. Can I get a clarification on?
I think there's one motion, and let's have a clarification. Eleanor, maybe you can clarify it for everybody. The one motion that is on the floor.
Okay, so the one for Horvath, the motion is to leave the farmer's market for the staff to take care of when it needs to be done. So whether it's going to be 5/28 or in the first week of June. Let's see. I'll read my notes here. the Catalina to Del Norte, Vista Del Mar to South Elena. Staff will start drafting a plan for TUP, is what I got. And also for farmers market related to, it'll be open from 8 to 1 p.m. and then it'll be up to the director whether we want to keep the parking, one half of it on George Freeth Way, or open all the way. Let's see. Oh, Riviera closures. I'm sorry. I think I missed that one. So the parking would still be closed for until 5/26, and that would also include Harbor Gateway parking lot. I think that was all I got. Did I get that? Yeah.
Is that clear,
I'm sorry.
Councilmember MD?
Yeah. Thank you.
Late.
Okay. I don't believe there's another motion on the floor. I think that was
No, that
it.
was it, yeah. That's the substitute motion from Horvath, second by
Motion by
Graham.
Councilmember Horvath and seconded by Councilmember Gran, I believe.
Okay,
That was a substitute motion.
Right.
I believe that is correct.
Correct.
Because the first motion was Councilmember Narenheim, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein, and then Councilmember Horvath made a substitute motion, seconded by Councilmember Gran. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, there isn't a resolution tonight, so if something passes that you don't want, you can veto it, but if nothing passes, then the order that you had last week is the one that stays in effect.
Well, that's like very confusing now.
Okay, so I don't want to tell you afterwards.
It's actually not confusing. It's frustrating because we just did all this, and you just told us, hey, by the way, it doesn't count.
Well, no,
Nothing passes.
Exactly. So that if it passes just hypothetically on a 3-2 vote, you can veto it because it's not a resolution or an ordinance. But if the other one doesn't pass on, say, hypothetically a 2-3 vote, then we're stuck. What stands is last week's.
Well, we could make another motion.
I see.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying that if there isn't something that passes, the default is last week's motion.
Got it. Thank you. I see what you mean now. Doesn't mean what we just did doesn't count. Right, okay. All right, did you mean to have your hand up, Councilmember MD, still?
I was done. I
Okay.
just had that question.
Okay, well, we've taken public comment. We've talked about this. There's a motion on the floor. Let's do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
No.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Aye, okay, I will not be vetoing that. I'm not gonna veto it. Anyway, so that's it. We're moving forward on that, and we'll move on to any other items from the city manager to the city council and mayor.
No, that's it.
Okay. Councilmember Narenheim, do you have any directions to staff?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion, or I have it written down, for staff to talk with the Riviera bid regarding a 4th of July show and what it would take for them to do a 4th of July show if one were to be allowed along the coastline.
Okay.
I'll second it.
You're just kind of directing staff to talk to them, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that. Okay, roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Sure.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
Councilmember MD?
Aye.
We're just asking staff to talk to them. Haven't approved it.
Well, the hesitation is that the budget was just saying how we weren't going to be doing this anymore, that the staff wasn't going to do this. And so that's the hesitation. So hopefully just you've clarified that it's just to have a conversation, but it's not a whole lot of staff time.
All right.
right?
I don't think there was ever a resolution. We just voted not to have the fireworks show. I think that was what we did.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what
Right, we just wanted not to have a show, and we have in our budget, if you read the budget, that we're no longer gonna be doing special events because we're not gonna be having staff.
Well, we haven't voted on that yet.
No, I'm just saying, is that was the hesitation, is because that kind of thing.
Fair enough.
Any fireworks show is gonna attract a big crowd.
Yeah, so we'll just see what staff learns from the bid, and we'll go from there. Since we got 6 weeks before the 4th of July. Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
No,
Any
thank you.
corrections to staff?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath
None at this time.
and Councilmember Grand,
No, thank you.
Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay, my only direction is we have got to fix this problem with our video and our audio and lack of live public participation. I mean, it's happening in other cities, and I know our staff's working very hard on it. I know Chris and Eleanor and people are looking at what other cities are doing, and they're looking at different technologies. I was on a call for an hour with a group that was looking to allow for audio and broadcast, and it's complicated, but we have got to fix this. I mean, I feel like we're behind. We are behind.
We are behind.
And so I would, Joe, I would ask you to really prioritize this and get with Chris and get with Eleanor, and let's fix this. Because we're turning into an outlier while we see our other neighboring cities figure it out. And there's risks involved with everything, and these programs, whether it's Zoom or GoToMeeting or WebEx, wherever it is, they're constantly updating. They're constantly increasing their security, and the hackers are constantly finding new ways to hack any of them. So we just have got to prioritize our ability to bring the public into these conversations in as safe a way as possible, knowing that, nothing is going to be risk-free. And as we saw tonight, it didn't work. And so we've got to take real stock of this. And Joe, I would ask you to work closely and even direct someone else on your staff to make sure this happens.
Joe, where are we with taking public comment on Zoom? I mean, other cities are using Zoom just fine to use public comment.
Well, first of all, the infrastructure that we have in place in the council chambers and with the audio video system was scheduled for replacement. We have moved that up. And in fact, there's been work happening virtually every day for the past week. You'll notice the audio from the city clerk is much better than past meetings. So essentially, we are moving up the work that was scheduled for the council chambers upgrade. We have a need for an additional contract that will take some time. I don't have the ability to sign contracts on my own to make things happen. We've got our most talented, most senior staff working on this. It's not for lack of trying, it's because we're working with such an old, outdated city hall audio video system that it's not because of staff incompetence, it's because of bad technology that we have for lack of investment over the past several years. And that's not a criticism of the council, that's basically a reflection of where we're at and the fact that we have a major upgrade that's scheduled for the chambers and for the library. So there's some additional contract work that will need to be done. We'll need to bring a contract to the council. That takes some time. We're looking at a couple of more meetings like what we have now. Not in terms of the failures, but in terms of this is the way to do public participation. That's all we can do at this point. I apologize, the fact that we had to restart the meeting and kind of double the time here. But in terms of, there's nobody else that I can put on this. There's no higher priority that I can make of this in order to move this faster.
What about the council chambers? Hasn't that work already started? We voted on that months ago, years ago. And that was supposed to be started this spring. We were going to move out and go to the library.
That's not accurate. What was to happen was council chambers were going to be moved to the library while work was happening in the chambers itself. Clearly, we're not using the library. We can't have meetings like this in person. What we have is a complication of needing to webcast, televise, have two-way communication, and have all of it work. So I don't know if Chris is still logged on. Chris, can you give a little?
I'm still here.
Yeah. Hey, Chris.
It's not really agendized, so.
Yeah, exactly. It's just.
You want to ask for a report at your next meeting.
Okay, that sounds good. And I'm sure Chris could talk to us for about a half an hour about this, but you don't have to. But it would be good to have a report. It'll give some confidence and comfort to the community and us that, what Joe is kind of describing. So.
I'll make that motion to have it on our next regular council meeting, which I believe is June 1st or June 2nd. I want to say June 2nd.
Yeah.
What our Zoom meetings are going to be looking like, as well as taking public comment, because the public needs to be able to comment. So that'd be my motion.
Yeah, or whatever platform you decide to use, and why, how, and when. I think knowing
And I'll throw in the and where we are with the council upgrades, because as far as I understood, we're all supposed to be moving forward already. So the council upgrades as well as public comment with these online meetings, and where we are with all that.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Grand?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Well, look, I want to thank staff for, I know they've been working really hard on it. And it's very frustrating to, have these sorts of failures, but it'll get better and we'll just have to continue to work on it. So, anyway, well, with that, I guess that's it, folks. If anything else? Unless I'm missing something, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
Okay, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, well, that's it. Come ready to talk about the budget next time. And everybody stay safe.
You as well. Good night, everybody.
All right, everyone.
All right.
Come ready to talk about the budget.